Have you ever wondered when the human mind stopped simply surviving and started looking inward somewhere in the darkness of prehistory? One of our ancestors may have done something no creature had ever fully done before. They may have realized, for the first time, that they were alive, that they would die, and that something mysterious existed behind their own eyes. That moment changed everything. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. If this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, night comes quickly on the open land. The heat drains out of the earth, the edges of the world dissolve, and the safe boundaries of the day retreat into a darkness that seems almost physical. Grass that was clear and familiar a few moments ago becomes a field of movement and doubt. A line of trees turns into a wall. Stones become crouching shapes. Distant sounds separate from their sources. Somewhere beyond the reach of firelight, something alive is watching. And for most of human existence, that is not a metaphor. It is simply true. Long before cities, before temples, before written prayers or carved kings or the first polished mirrors, human beings are already living inside a condition that will define everything that comes later. They are aware of the world around them. Then, at some uncertain point so deep in time that no witness can report it, some of them begin to become aware of being aware. That change leaves no single dramatic scar in the earth. There is no one valley where it happens, no one tribe that wakes at dawn and suddenly possesses an inner life. The evidence remains incomplete, scattered across bones, tools, pigments, burials, hearths, and the fragile traces of behavior that survive only by accident. But what survives in the record suggests a transformation so profound that almost every human achievement afterward stands in its shadow. At some stage in prehistory, a creature that already sees, hears, hunts, fears, mates, remembers, and cooperates begins to do something stranger. It begins to turn inward. It begins to feel the weight of its own mind. This is not the simple awareness of an animal responding to hunger or threat. Many animals possess complex perception, memory, and emotion. Ravens solve problems. Elephants remember roots and losses. Great apes show signs of planning, deception, grief, and recognition. The older view that human consciousness stands alone in absolute isolation has not survived the modern study of animal minds. Even so, there remains a difference in scale, layering, and consequence. Humans do not merely react. Humans revisit. They rehearse. They imagine themselves from a distance. They seem to place an observing presence inside experience itself. Somewhere in the long stretch of human evolution, thought becomes something that can look back at itself, and that is where the story begins. At first glance, the beginning seems impossible to locate because the road towards self-awareness starts before there are fully modern humans at all. It starts in bodies, in posture, in hands, in attention, in the cost of raising young, in the increasingly elaborate demands of social life. It begins when survival is no longer just a matter of speed or strength, but of memory, anticipation, cooperation, and subtle interpretation. A primate that moves through a forest or across mixed grassland must know where food is, where danger lies, who ranks above whom, who shares, who cheats, who is injured, who has vanished, and when the season is turning. That kind of life already requires a mind that can model a complicated world. Self-awareness does not appear from nothing. It emerges, scholars think, from a mind already under pressure to manage a growing storm of information. The first hominins do not look like the authors of philosophy or religion. They leave no inscriptions, no deliberate portraits, no grand statements of identity. yet they live in environments that select relentlessly for awareness. To stand upright is to see farther across open ground, but it also exposes the body. To use the hands for carrying and shaping is to make action more flexible, but also more deliberate. To depend on cooperation is to become vulnerable to social fracture. Each change brings opportunity, and each opportunity carries a demand. The brain enlarges gradually over millions of years, but enlargement alone explains very little. A large brain is expensive tissue. It consumes enormous energy. Evolution does not maintain such cost for ornament. Something about increasingly complex cognition is paying for itself. Still, no single explanation fully accounts for this. Bigger brains do not automatically produce reflective selves. There are extinct human relatives with large brains who leave behind behavior that appears sophisticated in some ways and restrained in others. There are anatomically modern humans who exist for long periods before the richest symbolic traces become common. The history is uneven. It does not resemble a staircase with neat upward steps. It is more like a braided river. Channels diverge, rejoin, disappear, and surge again. There are advances in tool-making, stretches of apparent stability, bursts of innovation, and long silences. Yet through that unevenness, one pattern slowly becomes difficult to ignore. Human life is becoming more mediated by mind. Imagine an early human landscape not as a frozen tableau of fur, spears, and caves, but as an unending problem of interpretation. Wind direction matters, tracks matter, the call of birds matters, the smell of distant water matters, the expression on another face matters. A place where a carcass lies today may be a place of danger tomorrow. A patch of fruiting trees is not just food, it is timing, competition, memory, and return. To survive in such conditions is to carry models of reality inside the skull. But models become more powerful when they do not merely register what is there. They begin to simulate what is absent. That is the threshold region where self-awareness may start to gather strength. Because once the mind can represent a place not currently seen, it may also represent a self not currently acting. Once it can remember a past body in pain, it can anticipate a future body in danger. Once it can track how others behave toward it, it can begin to imagine how it appears from the outside. This may be one of the great invisible revolutions of our species, not the invention of a tool, but the invention of distance within the mind. The creature and the image of the creature are no longer perfectly fused. Between impulse and action, a space opens. In that space lies hesitation, planning, shame, pride, rehearsal, regret, and eventually the vast architecture of inner life. The physical evidence for such a transition is frustrating precisely because minds do not fossilize. Brains decay. Thoughts leave no direct imprint in sediment. Archaeology must work backward from material traces, and material traces can only hint at mental worlds. A sharpened stone tells us that someone had skill, intention, and knowledge of fracture. A hearth tells us that someone controlled fire, returned to a place, and understood fuel. A burial may suggest grief, ritual, hygiene, social memory, or something more ambiguous. Ochre may be symbolic, practical, decorative, or all three at once. Scholars still debate how much can safely be inferred from any given find. Yet the cumulative picture matters. A single clue can mislead. A pattern across hundreds of thousands of years begins to speak. And what it seems to say is that humans are not built in one moment. Human inwardness is assembled. It is assembled from ecological pressure, bodily adaptation, social dependency, technological skill, and perhaps above all from time spent living inside increasingly thick networks of memory. The animal who knows where the herd moved yesterday is already part-way toward the being who wonders what others think. The mother who remembers a dangerous ravine and keeps a child away from it is already part-way toward a mind that can project itself forward. The group that revisits a campsite season after season is already living in more than one moment at once. The roots of self-awareness may therefore be older, quieter, and more practical than later human cultures would prefer. The first step toward philosophy may not be wonder, it may be survival. There is something sobering in that. Modern humans often imagine consciousness as a crown, as a triumph, as the brilliant distinction that sets them above the rest of life. Prehistory offers a harsher reading. Reflective thought may begin not in glory but in pressure. A more complex self may arise because the world becomes harder to navigate with simple impulse alone. To remember more is to suffer more from memory. To anticipate more is to fear more from anticipation. To imagine the future is also to imagine loss. The burden arrives early, perhaps before language can fully name it. A mind turning inward does not merely discover identity, it also discovers worry. That burden may help explain why the earliest signs of deeper inwardness are so entangled with control. Control of fire, control of movement, control of tools, control of bodies in social groups, control of attention. The more the human mind expands its powers of representation, the more it must learn to manage itself. A being capable of imagining danger before danger arrives is better prepared, but also more vulnerable to dread. A being that remembers insult, loss, or failure gains continuity, but also carries invisible wounds. Self-awareness, even in its earliest forms, is unlikely to have felt like enlightenment. It may have felt like exposure. The firelit camp is one of the places where that exposure becomes easier to imagine. For most animals, darkness contracts the world. For humans, once fire is mastered, darkness changes character. It remains dangerous, but it also becomes a theatre of attention. Faces glow, shadows move over stone and skin, gestures sharpen, the immediate demands of movement lessen. There is time, however brief, for repetition, imitation, and shared focus. It is possible that many important mental thresholds are crossed not while running or striking, but while sitting still enough to remember. The evidence for what happened around prehistoric fires is sparse, as it must be. But scholars have often suspected that the extension of waking hours by artificial light alters the human mind in ways that matter enormously. A day creature steals extra time from the night, and in doing so may begin to build the interior space that later humans fill with stories, spirits, ancestors, plans, and selves. But this comes later in the story. At the beginning, what matters most is that the human line is already moving toward a peculiar form of existence. It is becoming a species that cannot live entirely in the present tense, even before it has words for past and future. That condition develops slowly, unevenly, and probably not in all groups to the same degree at the same time. Evolution rarely grants neat boundaries. One population may show sustained innovation while another preserves older patterns that still work. One lineage may vanish despite remarkable abilities. Another may survive through flexibility rather than superiority in any simple sense. No single trait explains why humans eventually become what they are. The record suggests a mosaic, not a miracle. That is why the old search for the first true human moment can mislead. There is no need to force a dramatic threshold where nature likely offers gradients. Yet gradients can still produce revolutions. Water warming by degrees eventually boils, a mind accumulating memory, social complexity, manual skill, emotional depth, and representational power may at some point begin to experience itself differently, even if no bone records the hour. The change need not be instantaneous to be decisive. It is enough that over deep time, the human mind becomes not only a tool for living in the world, but a place where the world can be replayed, rearranged, feared, and interpreted. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, because this mystery is larger than it first appears. To ask when humans first became self-aware is not just to ask when intelligence improved. It is to ask when loneliness became possible in a new way, when embarrassment became possible, when people began to carry private memory behind the eyes, when grief deepened because the dead were not simply absent, but understood as once having been selves like one's own. It is to ask when the human creature began to stand not only in the landscape, but also slightly apart from itself, able to observe, judge, recall, and imagine. And once that process begins, history in the ordinary sense is still far away, but the foundations of everything later are already taking shape. The cave painters, the grave builders, the lawgivers, the astronomers, the priests, the poets, the empire makers, the hermits, the philosophers, even the modern scientist looking for the origins of consciousness in fossil fragments and ochre dust, all inherit something from this first turning inward. They inherit a mind that has become, for better and worse, impossible to escape. So the story does not open with a declaration or a discovery. It opens with an atmosphere cooling earth, deepening dark, the brief circle of safety cast by light, the unseen beyond it, and within one fragile primate mind, a new and growing tension between the world outside and the world within. That tension will shape tools, art, ritual, language, and memory. It will produce tenderness and cruelty, caution and ambition, solidarity and shame. It will allow humans to imagine gods, nations, afterlives and futures. But at the start, it is only this a creature who has begun, dimly and imperfectly, to notice that it is there. What changes first is not philosophy, it is continuity. A mind does not become self-aware merely by becoming more alert in the moment. It becomes self-aware when moments begin to adhere to one another, when experience is no longer a series of reactions that vanish as quickly as they arrive, but a chain in which one event stains the next. The animal startled by a predator remembers the danger for a while. The human ancestor who survives the same encounter may do something more demanding. It may return to the place in memory, alter its route tomorrow, watch others differently, and perhaps carry the echo of that danger long after the threat itself has gone. Somewhere in that persistence lies the beginning of a self that endures. This is one of the least visible but most decisive changes in human evolution. A continuing self depends on a continuing narrative, even before language exists to tell it. Not a polished story, not a verbal autobiography, but a sense that the creature who suffered yesterday and the creature who wakes today are somehow the same being moving through time. Without that thread, there can be pain and fear and pleasure, but not identity in the full human sense. There can be awareness, but not yet an inner witness with history attached to it. The first humans do not need to say I in order to feel the first pressure of being someone. Memory is therefore not a side feature in this story. It is one of the foundations, not memory in the simple sense of learned habit alone, though that matters greatly, but the more layered capacity to revisit experience, distinguish one event from another, and preserve social and emotional meaning across time. Many animals remember. The question is how memory is organized and what it is used for. In humans, memory appears to become increasingly entangled with planning, teaching, reputation, and emotion. A remembered path to water is useful. A remembered betrayal is socially explosive. A remembered death can alter behavior long after the corpse is gone. Once memory begins to bind present action to absent events, the mind starts to acquire depth. This may help explain why the social world of early humans matters so much. A solitary predator requires intelligence, but a deeply social primate requires something even more expensive: constant mental bookkeeping. Who shares food? Who dominates access? Who watches infants? Who threatens the group? Who disappears and returns? Who can be trusted at a carcass, at a crossing, in a lean season? This kind of life makes memory personal. It is no longer only a map of places and threats. It becomes a map of other minds, and once a creature tracks the dispositions of others closely enough, it is not far from being forced to track its own. In this sense, the road towards self-awareness may pass through surveillance. Early humans live in the eyes of others. Expressions matter, gestures matter, hesitation matters, courage matters, weakness matters, a missed signal, a broken alliance. A poorly timed challenge can have consequences measured in injury, lost food, or exclusion. The human face, with its unusual mobility and visibility, becomes both signal and screen. It communicates attention, fear, aggression, reassurance, disgust, grief. Long before written symbols, the social body is already an instrument of interpretation. What survives in the record suggests increasing dependence on cooperation over deep time, and cooperation rewards minds that can infer not only what others are doing, but what they might do next. Scholars often speak carefully here, because the evidence for inner states is indirect. Bone and stone do not preserve embarrassment. They do not fossilize wounded pride or suspicion. Yet living primates offer useful clues. Chimpanzees and bonobos already navigate alliances, deception, status, reconciliation, and emotional memory with considerable sophistication. They can behave differently depending on who is present, who is watching, and what another individual knows. These are not trivial capacities. They suggest that the roots of social cognition long predate our own species. But humans seem to extend these capacities into something more cumulative and more binding. Social life does not merely shape behavior, it begins to sculpt identity. An early human does not need a polished concept of self to feel the force of that sculpting. It is enough that certain experiences begin to cling, praise, if any social equivalent exists, sticks, rejection sticks, failure in front of others sticks. A dangerous mistake remembered by the group may outlast the mistake itself. An act of competence may raise standing. A pattern of generosity may strengthen bonds, repeated enough times. These social reflections begin to form an image, not necessarily conscious in the later introspective sense, but increasingly stable. This individual is dependable. That one is volatile. This one is brave. That one is careless. At some point, the individual under judgment may begin not only to receive such treatment, but to anticipate it. That anticipation is profound. It means the eyes of others are no longer only external. They have moved inward. This may be one reason why shame, or something close to it, is so old. Shame is difficult to prove in prehistory, but easier to suspect. It requires more than fear of punishment. It requires awareness of social exposure, of being seen in a diminished form. It implies a self that can be measured against expectation. That kind of feeling is painful, but evolutionarily useful in tightly interdependent groups. A creature sensitive to how it appears may regulate itself more effectively in company. Yet this same mechanism makes inward life heavier. The self becomes not just a continuity of experience, but a continuity of evaluation. The link between memory and evaluation may also help explain why anticipation matters as much as recollection. To remember is powerful. To project those memories into the future is transformative. An early human who has seen a companion injured at a river crossing may hesitate differently the next time. One who has watched food spoil, predators gather, or a rival group encroach may alter behavior in advance. Anticipation is more than caution. It is simulated experience. The body reacts to what is not yet happening, based on what the mind can model. From that point on, the self exists partly in futures that have not arrived. This is where the inward life begins to feel unmistakably human. A mind able to revisit the past and pre-live the future is no longer trapped within immediate sensation. It can suffer from memory and from imagination. It can prepare, it can dread, it can hope. All of these states imply a self extended across time. The human animal becomes, in a sense, the animal that is haunted twice, once by what has happened, and again by what might. Such capacities do not emerge in isolation from the body. The developing human brain grows in a species with unusually slow maturation, high parental investment, and long dependency. This matters because a long childhood allows more learning, but it also requires more social support, more monitoring, and more transmission across generations. Young humans do not simply inherit instincts sufficient for survival. They inherit environments thick with remembered practice, where to gather, how to strike stone, when to move camp, which plants heal and which harm, how to carry infants, how to read the mood of others. Knowledge accumulates not only in individuals but in groups, and the individual mind is shaped from the beginning by this collective reservoir. What is surprising is how fragile this all may have been. It is tempting to imagine a smooth ascent toward modern cognition, but prehistory is full of disappearances. Lineages vanish, tool traditions spread and then stall. Climatic shifts erase populations or force them into harsher margins. No single explanation fully accounts for why some cognitive strategies persist and others disappear with their carriers. A more self-aware mind may bring advantages, but also new strains. Greater anticipation can become paralysis. Greater memory can intensify trauma. Greater sensitivity to social standing can fracture cooperation as easily as stabilize it. Evolution does not reward complexity for moral reasons. It rewards what survives often enough. Still, something in the human pattern continues to intensify. The individual is becoming not just a point of perception, but a container of remembered relationships. This companion fed me. That one struck me. This elder knows the dry season route. That place is where we lost someone. Here is where continuity becomes emotional. The self is not merely a thread of personal episodes. It is a knot tied from the presence and absence of others. This is important because self-awareness may never have been purely solitary, even at the beginning. It may have emerged through attachment before reflection, through dependence before abstraction. A being learns itself partly by learning what it means to matter to others and to lose them. That possibility gives special weight to grief, even before formal burial practices become common or unmistakable. There are hints that some early humans respond to the dead with more than simple abandonment. In later periods, the evidence becomes stronger, but even earlier there are reasons to suspect a growing tension around absence. A body that was recently animated is suddenly inert. The familiar face no longer answers. The habits associated with that individual persist in memory while the person does not. For a mind that binds time together, this is a devastating contradiction. It confronts the observer with a question too large for instinct alone. What changed? Where did the person go? If all that remains is the body, scholars still debate how early such questions become psychologically significant. But once a self understands another as a continuing being, death can no longer be a mere event in the landscape. It becomes a rupture in the mind. The same continuity that makes grief possible also makes teaching possible at a higher level. A human who remembers not just outcomes but sequences can pass on methods with increasing precision. This stone must be turned before it is struck. This branch is cut here, not there. This path is safer after rain. Repeated instruction requires a model of another mind that can be guided. It also requires a model of one's own skill as something portable and repeatable. In that transfer lies another quiet step towards selfhood. The skilled individual is no longer only acting. The skilled individual knows that it knows. There is a lesser-known possibility here that some researchers find especially suggestive, that self-awareness may have sharpened not in moments of heroic success, but in moments of correction, the failed strike, the broken point, the hunt spoiled by poor timing, the child copying badly and needing to be shown again. Error exposes intention. It reveals the gap between what was imagined and what occurred. To notice error clearly is already to stand a little apart from one's own action. The hand moves, the result disappoints, and the mind compares reality with the plan it carried in advance. That comparison is subtle but foundational. The self appears not just in memory, but in mismatch. Over many generations, these pressures accumulate. Social life thickens, memory deepens, anticipation stretches farther. Skills become harder to master and more worth transmitting. Childhood remains long. The cost of misunderstanding others rises. The cost of failing to regulate oneself rises with it. The result is not a finished modern inner life, not yet, but an increasingly dense mental world in which experience belongs to someone who persists. The human becomes the animal that not only senses the world but carries it, revises it, and sees itself altered by what it carries. And once that process is underway, the landscape itself begins to change character. It is no longer only a terrain of immediate obstacles and opportunities. It becomes layered with remembered meanings. This ravine is where danger came. That tree line is where game turned last cold season. That campsite is associated with safety, with illness, with an elder's instruction, with a death. Places begin to hold memory, and memory in turn anchors selfhood. To return is never just to arrive again. It is to re-enter a version of oneself left there before. This is why the first truly human self may not arise in a single skull alone. It may emerge in a network of minds remembering each other across repeated settings, under repeated pressures, until continuity hardens into identity. Not identity in the political or literary sense that much later societies will cherish, but the older, stranger thing beneath it, the feeling that there is a being inside experience that remains, that can be wounded by the past, anticipated in the future, shaped by the eyes of others, and perhaps, dimly, recognized as the one to whom life is happening. The mirror has still not arrived. There is no polished surface in which a prehistoric face pauses and names itself. but something more consequential is already forming. Humans are becoming memorable to themselves. That may be where self-awareness truly begins. By the time fire becomes a regular companion rather than a rare accident, the human world has acquired a second day. It is a fragile day, smaller than the first and ringed by danger, but it matters precisely because it does not belong to the sun. Beyond the edge of flame, the dark remains absolute enough to remind every living thing of its limits. Predators still move there. Cold still gathers there. The unknown still presses inward. Yet within that wavering circle, something unprecedented begins to happen. Human beings stay awake after usefulness should have ended. They sit with one another after the hunt, after the gathering, after the necessary labour of keeping bodies alive. Their hands are no longer occupied in the same way. Their eyes can turn from the horizon to the face. The world contracts, but the mind expands. This is one of those prehistoric developments whose significance is easy to underestimate because modern life has buried it under abundance. Artificial light is now so cheap, so constant, and so forgettable that it barely feels like a force. For most of human existence, it is nothing of the kind. Light after sunset is rare, costly, vulnerable, and precious. It must be made, preserved, fed, and protected. A fire is not merely warmth. It is an altered social condition. It creates a place where people can gather without moving, where the immediate demands of daylight tasks loosen, and where memory and imagination may begin to stretch into hours they did not previously possess. Scholars have long suspected that this extension of the day changes more than comfort. What survives in the record suggests that the control of fire, once established, transforms diet, protection, mobility, and landscape use. Cooked food becomes easier to chew and digest. Nights become somewhat safer. Colder environments become more survivable. But alongside these material effects lies a quieter possibility, one that archaeology can only approach indirectly. Fire may have changed attention itself. It may have given human beings repeated stretches of shared, semi-sheltered time in which thought becomes less captive to immediate action. In those hours, the mind is free to revisit, rehearse, imitate, warn, remember, and perhaps, and for the first time in any stable way, dwell on itself. The effect of firelight on perception is peculiar. It does not reveal the world clearly, it reveals it selectively. A face emerges while the body recedes. The nearest hands shine while the surrounding ground disappears. Shadows lengthen, distort, and move with every shift of fuel and wind. Things seem both visible and unstable. This is not the clean visibility of noon. It is a theatre of partial knowledge, and humans appear to thrive in precisely that condition. The firelit camp is not only safer than the dark around it, it is psychologically charged. Every expression matters more when seen against obscurity. Every gesture carries narrative weight. The ordinary body becomes strange under flickering light. It is difficult not to imagine that repeated nights in such settings train the human mind to tolerate, and even cultivate, layers of meaning that are only half seen. That may be important because self-awareness does not develop only through clarity. It may also develop through ambiguity. In daylight, attention is constantly pulled outward by movement, foraging, navigation, labour, threat. At night, especially in the presence of controlled light, attention can fold back. The immediate environment narrows, sound sharpens, memory fills what sight cannot. A spark from the fire disappears upward, and the eye follows it into darkness. A face across the flames seems remote, thoughtful, altered. The day's events can be repeated in words or gestures long before language reaches its later complexity. A hunt can be shown again with hands. A warning can be dramatized. A mistake can be mocked. A loss can be remembered. In such repetitions, experience ceases to be merely lived. It becomes replayed. This capacity for replay may be one of the most consequential features of human inwardness. An event that can be revisited is no longer confined to its moment. It can be examined, shaped, exaggerated, softened, learned from, or feared again. Around fire, this process becomes social. One person remembers, another corrects, another adds detail, and in that exchange, individual memory begins to enter collective memory. The self is strengthened by this because one's experiences are no longer private in the simple sense. They can be externalized, performed, and returned to the individual through the reactions of others. A failed hunt does not end when the animal escapes. It lives on in gesture, in instruction, in shared recollection. A brave act grows in stature through retelling. Shame survives because others remember. Pride survives for the same reason. No single explanation fully accounts for how much of this requires developed language, and how much can occur in more basic communicative systems. The evidence remains incomplete, and scholars still debate how richly early humans could represent past events before fully modern speech. But even minimal systems of gesture, sound, imitation, and shared attention would be enough to alter mental life if repeated across generations. The crucial point is not whether an early human tells a formal story in the modern sense. It is whether experience can be held still long enough to become an object of thought. Firelight seems unusually well suited to that work. There is another, more practical force at play. Fire encourages stillness, and stillness changes cognition. During the day, a mind in constant motion must remain tuned to rapid decisions. At night, with the body seated and the social group concentrated, subtler forms of perception can rise. One notices the tiny delay before someone answers. One notices who remains silent. One notices an elder's habits, a child's imitation, the way fear shows itself in posture. Such details matter in any social species, but a regular nighttime interval may intensify them by gathering people in circumstances where little else competes for attention. The human face becomes a landscape worth reading. The self, reflected in the responses of others, becomes more legible. It is possible, too, that fire changes the rhythm of emotion. Fear does not vanish in the camp. If anything, it becomes more clearly framed. Beyond the flame lies the unknown. Within it lies the temporary triumph of order. Humans learn to live in that contrast. This matters because self-awareness often sharpens at boundaries. The difference between safety and exposure, inside and outside, known and unknown, becomes visible each night in physical form. The group exists as a fragile island of intention in a larger darkness that does not care about intention at all. To sit inside that island is to feel both protected and precarious. It is not hard to imagine how this repeated experience deepens inward life. A creature aware of the boundary between light and dark may eventually become more aware of the boundary between the outer world and the inner one. Some researchers have proposed that controlled fire also contributes indirectly to more complex social bonds by making food sharing easier and more valuable. Cooked food can be consumed more efficiently, and hearth-centered meals may encourage repeated gathering patterns that reinforce kinship, dependence, and communication. If so, fire is not simply a tool, but a social magnet. It organizes bodies in space. It gives groups a center. Human beings become a species that circles around chosen points of light. That image is more than poetic. It suggests a structural change in daily existence. The group now has a recurring stage on which roles, abilities, hierarchies, and affections can be enacted in concentrated form. Within that stage, imitation becomes especially powerful. A child watches how an elder holds a stone, arranges fuel, tends an ember, reads smoke, distributes food. These actions are practical, yet they also carry style. One person is careful, another impatient, one generous, another possessive. Repeated observation under steady conditions helps individuals form impressions that persist. This is how social identity thickens. Around the fire, people are not just bodies doing tasks. They are personalities in formation, the one who reassures, the one who dominates, the one who remembers routes, the one who shapes tools well, the one whose temper must be watched. Self-awareness may deepen partly because the group becomes a nightly mirror in which these traits are reflected back. There is a lesser-known possibility that deserves attention here. Firelight may have influenced not only waking social cognition, but also dreaming and memory consolidation in ways that are impossible to recover directly, but hard to dismiss. Longer evenings, altered sleep timing, intensified emotional exchange, and rhythmic visual stimulation could all affect how experiences are processed overnight. No fossil can confirm such processes, and any claim here must remain cautious. Yet what survives in the record suggests that human mental life becomes increasingly layered during the long era in which fire is central. It would be surprising if nights filled with shared recollection, heightened emotion, and symbolic performance did not leave some trace in the structure of memory itself. Then there is the matter of storytelling, or at least its earliest precursors. A full narrative tradition may belong to much later cognitive stages, but the building blocks can emerge early: sequence, emphasis, reenactment, warning, embellishment, the shaping of events into something portable. Around fire, danger is not merely avoided, it can be represented. The absent predator can be brought back in sound and motion. The path taken during migration can be rehearsed. The dead can be recalled. The unborn can, perhaps in the simplest sense, be prepared for a world they have not yet seen. This is where the human mind begins to do something extraordinary. It starts using representation to move experience from one body to another. Once that happens repeatedly, self-awareness can intensify in several directions at once. The individual learns not only from personal memory but from borrowed memory. The mind comes to contain events it did not witness. The child can inherit fear of a ravine, reverence for a place, distrust of a neighbouring group, admiration for a long-dead elder. Identity expands beyond direct sensation. A self is now built partly from stories, even before stories take the elaborate forms known from later cultures. This may be one of the great thresholds in becoming human when inner life is no longer strictly private experience, but a shared construction assembled around light. Fire also sharpens the sense of time. A hearth has phases. It catches, flares, settles, dims, and must be renewed. The tending of flame trains attention to process rather than only event. It encourages planning. Fuel must be gathered before it is needed. Embers must be preserved. Failure to manage the fire carries consequences that may not arrive at once, but will arrive with cold or darkness. Such patterns reward foresight, and foresight is intimately tied to self-awareness. The being who plans for a future condition is already imagining a future self who will either benefit or suffer. In this way, the hearth becomes a teacher of continuity. There is something else, almost paradoxical, in the relationship between fire and inwardness. Fire gives comfort, but it also reveals instability. Flames are never fixed. They consume what feeds them. They transform wood into light, heat, ash, smoke, and disappearance. For a species learning to pay sustained attention, this may have been a strange education. To sit before fire is to watch matter change visibly and irreversibly. It is to see shape become energy and then residue. Scholars still debate how early humans attach symbolic meaning to such things, but the visual lesson is difficult to ignore. Fire may have been one of the first everyday phenomena that invited contemplation, simply because it made transformation impossible to miss. That kind of attention does not automatically produce a philosophy of self, but it does nourish the habits from which later self-reflection can grow: watching, comparing, remembering, anticipating, sharing inward states through outward form. The firelit camp is a place where bodies survive, but also where minds rehearse themselves. A person can fail in daylight and relive it at night. A person can observe another's grief and carry it inward. A person can feel, perhaps dimly at first, that the life behind the eyes continues even when the body is still. This is the beginning of interior duration. And so the night, once only an enemy, becomes a collaborator. It frightens, but it also encloses. It limits vision, but it intensifies imagination. It drives people together, and in doing so forces the human mind into an unusual intimacy with itself and with others. Day teaches action. Night, especially under firelight, may teach reflection. The self does not arrive fully formed in these hours, but it gathers density there. It learns to persist after the task is over. It learns to revisit the day instead of merely ending it. Much later, humans will build shrines around flame, carry sacred fires across generations, and fill their religions with light that stands against darkness. Those meanings belong to later worlds, yet they may preserve a memory deeper than doctrine. Before fire becomes symbol, it is already shaping the minds that will need symbols. Before it belongs to ritual, it belongs to survival, and in surviving by it, humans may have found one of the first stable places where the mind could turn back upon itself without immediately perishing for the distraction. The circle of light remains small. Beyond it, the old world still waits, full of teeth, weather, cold, and chance. But inside it, an unseen enlargement continues. Human beings are learning not just to inhabit the dark, but to think within it. The flames rise, settle, and rise again. Faces lean forward, hands move in explanation. Someone remembers what happened before sunset. Someone else imagines what must be done tomorrow. Between us, two acts: memory and anticipation. The inner self grows warmer, clearer, and more difficult to ignore. Long before human beings carve images into cave walls or place ornaments on the body, they are already shaping another material that matters just as much consequence. A stone tool is never only a stone. It is a delayed intention made solid. It begins in selection, in the hand reaching past one rock and choosing another, already carrying some image of what the object might become. Then comes the strike, the angle, the force, the sequence, the willingness to destroy part of the material in order to reveal a more useful form. That act is practical, but it is also mental rehearsal made visible, and with every successful tool, the human mind receives a lesson that may have done more than sharpen edges. It may have sharpened the sense of self. Toolmaking matters in this story because it forces thought into time. A simple animal act can remain fused to the present, Toolmaking cannot. Even the most basic stoneworking requires an organism to endure frustration, hold a goal in mind, and compare each result against that invisible standard. There is no reason to romanticize this. Many non-human animals use tools or modify objects in purposeful ways. The difference is not that humans alone manipulate their surroundings. The difference lies in depth, sequence, and accumulation. Human tool traditions become increasingly layered. They involve technique rather than mere opportunism, teaching rather than spontaneous imitation, and the preservation of methods across generations. A tool is not just picked up, it is planned into existence. That is a subtle but decisive threshold. To plan a tool is to imagine an object before it exists. To imagine an object before it exists is to separate the world as it is from the world as it might be altered by one's own action. The self stands at the center of that gap. A mind capable of holding a future form in advance is already learning that its intentions can survive the present moment and reshape reality. This does not yet amount to philosophical self-consciousness, but it does create a powerful experiential basis for it. The maker acts, the world changes, and the mind knows the change is connected to its own design. Archaeology shows that this story begins deep in time. Early stone industries, however simple they may appear beside later refinement, already imply pattern and repetition. Certain raw materials are chosen, certain flaking strategies are repeated, tools are transported, reused, and in some cases shaped with considerable care. As industries grow more sophisticated, especially with the emergence of bifacial hand axes and later prepared core technologies, the cognitive demands become harder to ignore. Scholars still debate exactly how much of modern-like planning these objects require, and caution is necessary. A finished hand axe does not prove that its maker was reflecting inwardly in the later human sense, but it does prove something important. The mind is operating with enough structure to carry intention across multiple steps and enough discipline to suppress easier, immediate actions in favor of a more distant result. This kind of discipline may have profound consequences for self-awareness. Every multi-stage tool asks the maker to manage the self as much as the stone. The angle must be judged. The impulse to strike too hard must be restrained. A mistake must be noticed and compensated for if possible. Failure is immediate and often irreversible, unlike some forms of social failure, which can remain ambiguous. A poorly struck core reveals error with brutal clarity. The expected edge does not appear. The symmetry is lost. The blank is spoiled. In that moment, the mind encounters a very specific form of disappointment, the difference between intended action and actual outcome. That difference may be one of the first stable mirrors in which humans see themselves. What makes this especially important is that error in toolmaking is teachable. A failed action is not only suffered, it can be shown, corrected, and remembered. An elder or more skilled maker can demonstrate the right sequence, slow the process, guide the hand, or reshape the novice's understanding of what went wrong. Here the self is caught in a triangle between intention, material, and instruction. The learner begins to perceive not just that a task can be done, but that it can be done well or badly by someone like them. This introduces a richer inward comparison. I struck too soon. I held it wrongly. I can do better next time. The evidence remains indirect, but what survives in the record suggests that skill is becoming a social possession that individuals can embody to different degrees. The difference in degree matters because it lays foundations for personal identity, not in the modern sense of artistic individuality or public self-expression, but in a more ancient and functional sense. One person becomes known for making reliable points. Another is clumsy. One can repair damaged tools. Another wastes raw material. Such distinctions are not decorative in small, precarious communities. They affect hunting success, cutting efficiency, food access, and trust. Skilled action becomes reputation, and reputation feeds back into self-awareness. The maker knows that others know what kind of maker they are. There is also something almost philosophical about repeated stoneworking, though it would be wrong to overstate it. To shape stone is to learn that form can be hidden inside matter and brought forth by ordered removal. This is not mysticism, it is practical cognition. Yet practical cognition often carries deeper implications long before anyone states them aloud. The world is no longer just encountered, it is revised. Human beings begin living among objects that preserve prior intention. A sharpened flake, a hafted point, a scraper worn by use, all testify that thought can outlast the instant in which it arose. The tool remembers the maker after the maker has walked away. That is a remarkable condition for a species becoming self-aware. Part of the mind now exists outside the body, held in shaped things. Some researchers have argued that tool-making may even have helped scaffold forms of internal simulation, crucial to later reflective thought. To reduce a stone core effectively, a maker often must anticipate fracture paths and imagine the hidden geometry of the object before striking. This is not mere reaction. It is mental modelling. The hand acts according to an unseen prediction, and when the prediction succeeds, the mind receives confirmation that invisible plans can govern visible results. When it fails, the mind must adapt or abandon the attempt. Over thousands of repetitions across generations, such habits could help strengthen the capacity to hold abstract sequences in mind. No single explanation fully accounts for the emergence of reflective consciousness. But tool-making seems likely to have been one of the great training grounds in which the human brain learned to live with imagined forms. The social context of tools makes the picture even richer. A tool is rarely only for the maker. It may be used in a hunt involving several people, in butchery shared across the group, in hide preparation, plant processing, digging, scraping, or woodworking that serves others as much as oneself. This means technical skill is immediately woven into social consequence. The maker is not simply manipulating inert matter in private. They are participating in a wider web of expectation and dependency. Their accuracy helps feed others. Their failure may cost others. The self deepens under such pressure because action is no longer just personal capability. It becomes moral and relational, even before morality exists in anything like formal language. There is a lesser-known point here that often disappears beneath the drama of hunting weapons. Many tools used in prehistoric life are not spectacular. They are repetitive tools for cutting, scraping, piercing, grinding, carrying, and preparing. Their importance lies precisely in that repetition. Repetitive, skilled acts do not merely get jobs done. They train attention. A hand performing the same sequence again and again begins to notice tiny variations in texture, resistance, weight, and edge. The body becomes more sensitive to feedback, and the mind more able to detect fine differences between intention and effect. Self-awareness may owe something to this constant refinement. A creature that can feel itself acting with precision is already developing a richer sense of agency. Agency is central here, not freedom in the modern political sense, but the concrete experience that one's actions have patterned consequences in the world. A branch breaks because it was twisted. A hide softens because it was scraped properly. A cutting edge dulls because it was misused. Each of these outcomes ties the self to causation. Humans become creatures who not only undergo events but produce them deliberately. This can be empowering, but it can also be burdensome. Once action is understood as intentional, failure becomes harder to attribute solely to chance. The self may then become a site of judgment. I missed, I wasted, I failed to prepare. The toolmaker's world is one in which responsibility quietly enters. That responsibility may have expanded further when tools became composite, hafting, binding, selecting materials with different properties, combining wood, stone, resin, fiber, or bone into single implements, all increase cognitive load. They require patience and sequence across longer timescales. A maker must think not only about a sharp edge but about fit durability, maintenance, and future use. Composite tools suggest a mind comfortable with layered causation. One action depends on another. A successful result may require several invisible preparations completed in the correct order. This is a mental style well suited to deeper self-reflection because it accustoms the mind to nested plans. The self is no longer only the doer of one act, it becomes the organizer of processes. Tool traditions also have memory, a hand axe form, a flaking method, a preferred raw material source. All can persist far beyond the lifespan of individuals. In this sense, making tools may have helped humans live inside inherited structure long before writing did the same on a far larger scale. A learner does not invent from nothing. They receive patterns. They imitate, adjust, and sometimes improve them. This creates a fascinating tension between personal skill and collective continuity. The individual becomes aware not only of what they can do, but of what is expected from the tradition they have entered. That tension is deeply relevant to self-awareness, because identity often forms where personal capacity meets inherited form. The archaeological record, uneven as always, hints at long stretches of conservatism punctuated by innovation. Some tool types remain stable for astonishing spans of time, while others shift more rapidly. Scholars debate what drives these changes: ecology, demography, cognition, social transmission, or combinations of all three. The evidence remains incomplete, and caution is necessary against turning every technological change into a direct sign of mental revolution. Yet some patterns are hard to dismiss. More elaborate technologies suggest growing capacities for foresight, teaching, error correction, and shared standards. These are not merely technical achievements. They are windows onto minds increasingly able to step outside immediate sensation and work toward imagined ends. There may also be an emotional dimension to making that is easy to overlook. A useful tool brings satisfaction not only because it functions, but because it confirms competence. A well-made point or edge is proof that the mind's intention successfully passed through the resistant world. That confirmation may have mattered deeply in unstable environments. Where life is uncertain, skill offers a pocket of controllable order. The maker discovers that at least some part of reality can be bent to plan. This experience may have fed confidence, status, and trust in one's own future capacities, but it also sets the stage for frustration when the world refuses to bend. The more a creature believes itself able to impose order, the more painful disorder becomes. This is why toolmaking belongs not only to the history of technology, but to the history of the inner life. It teaches delay, correction, projection, evaluation, and causation. It trains the hand, but also the invisible watcher behind the hand, the one comparing what is happening with what was meant to happen. That watcher may begin as nothing more than a practical monitor of action. Over time, however, it grows harder to keep confined to the task. The same mental habit that checks a stone edge can begin to check behavior, memory, and social performance. The same capacity that imagines a finished blade can begin to imagine a future self. The same disappointment that follows a spoiled core can prepare the mind for more abstract forms of regret. In that sense, the shaping of stone may have helped shape something even more consequential, the capacity to stand slightly apart from one's own action and evaluate it. That distance is small at first, barely more than a pause between strike and judgment. But human history will be built inside that pause. Art, morality, ritual, law, science, and guilt all require a mind able to compare what is with what could have been. The toolmaker learns this in the palm before the philosopher ever learns it in language. So when we look at the early record of stone, bone, wood, and worked matter, we should see more than ingenuity. We should see a species gradually discovering that intention can survive inside action, that plans can be carried through time, and that the self can be measured by the world it leaves behind. A shaped edge catches light. A spear point waits in the hand. A scraping tool wears down through use, across countless such objects, over immense stretches of time. Human beings are not only changing their environment, they're practicing what it means to have an inner standard, to fail it, to meet it, and to know the difference. A human being rarely comes to know itself in isolation. Long before there are names, biographies, or deliberate confessions, there is the face of another person watching. There is the pause before approval, the tightening before conflict, the look that grants access, and the look that withholds it. If memory gives the self continuity and toolmaking gives it agency, social life gives it contour, a creature that must constantly read others, anticipate their reactions, manage alliances, and endure judgment begins, almost inevitably, to form an internal model of how it appears from the outside. That may be one of the deepest origins of self-awareness, not solitary reflection, but life under observation. This social pressure is ancient. Primates already live in worlds dense with status, attention, competition, bonding, and deception. Grooming is not merely hygiene, it is diplomacy. Aggression is not merely force, it is communication. Looking away can matter. Looking too long can matter even more. Among living apes, researchers have documented impressive sensitivity to gaze, intention, rank, and knowledge. Individuals alter their behavior depending on who is present and what that other individual seems able to perceive. These capacities are not human inventions, but inheritances. Yet in the human line they appear to be amplified, layered, and extended into something much more cumulative. Social knowledge becomes not just useful, but inescapable. What makes this especially important is that early humans do not simply live among others. They depend on them to a degree that changes the texture of existence. Food sharing, cooperative defense, childcare, teaching, movement across dangerous landscapes, care during illness or injury, the management of conflict within groups and between groups, all of this makes individual survival inseparable from social position. To be cast out, distrusted, or chronically feared is no small inconvenience in such worlds. It can mean hunger, exposure, vulnerability, or death. Under those conditions, the mind becomes exquisitely sensitive to the reactions of others. A social animal must always ask, in however unspoken a form, what do they see when they look at me? That question may sound modern, almost literary, but its roots are probably much older than literature. It does not require formal language to operate. It requires only repeated exposure to the consequences of being perceived. A child reaches too greedily and is checked. An adult fails in a dangerous task and loses standing. Someone displays calm in a crisis and becomes more trusted. Someone repeatedly provokes conflict and draws wary attention whenever they move. Through countless such interactions, the individual learns that the self is not only what it feels like from within, it is also what it means to others. This is a major transition. The self becomes partly externalized, built from reflected response. The face plays a crucial role here. Human faces are unusually expressive and unusually central to social life. The muscles around the eyes and mouth, the mobility of brows, the duration of eye contact, the subtle timing of expression, all allow rapid and layered communication. Scholars still debate exactly how far back modern-style emotional signaling extends. But what survives in the record and in comparative anatomy suggests that the human social world increasingly depends on fine-grained visual and vocal cues. This matters because a face does more than display emotion. It invites interpretation. It becomes a site where inner states are guessed, tested, confirmed, or mistrusted. To live among faces is to live in a field of ongoing inference. And inference does not move only outward. Once the mind becomes skilled at reading others, it can begin to turn the same machinery inward. If that individual looks angry at my action, then I must have done something visible to provoke anger. If another appears reassured by my presence, then I have become, in some sense, a source of safety. If several group members react similarly to me, a pattern emerges. Pattern is everything. Self-awareness deepens when scattered social reactions become durable expectations. I am the one who is watched with caution. I am the one trusted to carry fire. I am the one whose judgment matters in movement or hunting. These are not yet autobiographical identities in the later human sense, but they are structured selves, increasingly stable ways of occupying the group. There is a less obvious dimension to this as well. Social life requires performance, not falsehood necessarily, though deception is certainly part of primate intelligence, but regulation. One must hide fear at times, restrain anger at times, display willingness, signal submission, project confidence, soothe children, placate rivals, respond to grief, avoid provoking the unstable, and read the unstable before they erupt. Such regulation implies a distinction between felt state and shown state. The mind must hold both at once. It must know what it experiences internally and what it ought to present externally. That gap is fertile ground for self-consciousness. A being that can manage appearance is already aware, however dimly, that appearance exists as something separable from inner feeling. This gap may also help explain why embarrassment and shame feel so old, even if the archaeological record can never preserve them directly. Shame is a social wound inflicted through perception. It requires not only error or vulnerability, but the awareness that others have seen it, and that the seeing matters. Embarrassment is smaller, but related an abrupt exposure of the self as clumsy, weak, needy, ignorant, or out of place. Such emotions are not decorative additions to human life. They are part of the machinery by which groups regulate behavior without constant violence. A creature who can feel the sting of exposure can be shaped by anticipation alone. It can correct itself before the blow falls. The costs of such emotions are obvious, but their adaptive value in tightly interdependent communities may have been considerable. What survives in the record suggests that human cooperation becomes increasingly intricate over time, and intricate cooperation depends on monitoring not just actions, but intentions. Did that person fail because they could not help it, or because they did not care enough? Did they withhold, forget, or betray? Did they show courage, recklessness, selfishness, wisdom? Scholars still debate how far early humans or their close relatives could attribute intention in nuanced ways. But even modest advances in this direction would reshape inner life dramatically. Once others are understood not as moving bodies but as agents with motives, this self is forced into the same frame. I too become an agent who can be interpreted. This may be one of the strangest and most difficult moments in the evolution of mind, the emergence of a self that imagines itself from beyond its own skin. It does not see itself literally, at least not yet in any stable or deliberate sense, but it begins to construct an external perspective internally. This is what social judgment requires. The body no longer moves through the group as a simple centre of sensation. It becomes an object within a shared world, visible, classifiable, and remembered. That mental shift is profound because it creates a second layer of experience. There is what I feel, and there is what I am taken to be. Children likely play a major role in this process, though the evidence can only be inferred. Human childhood is unusually long, and long childhood means prolonged dependence on correction, imitation, approval, and disapproval. A child learns what kind of being it is partly through the responses it receives. Which actions draw warmth, which draw irritation, which draw fear, which draw laughter, which draw instruction. Over time, these responses do more than shape behaviour. They shape expectation. The child begins to carry the group's reactions inward as a silent guide. In modern terms, one might call this internalization, but the process likely reaches far back into prehistory. The self becomes social long before it becomes philosophical. There is also a competitive side. Social life is not only bonding and care, it is ranking, rivalry, sexual display, alliance building, and conflict management. Even in relatively cooperative groups, status matters, access matters, reputation matters. The body becomes a signal, and so do skills, scars, confidence, restraint, generosity, and memory of past acts. A person who contributes reliably may gain influence. One who hoards or panics may lose it. These differences are not abstract. They affect mating opportunities, support in disputes, the willingness of others to share food or risk themselves in defense. Under such pressures, self-awareness becomes sharpened by consequence. It matters not only what one is, but what one is believed to be. This helps explain why the eyes of others can become almost an internal presence. A socially experienced human does not need constant external correction to behave as though watched. The gaze has been absorbed. This is one of the quiet revolutions of our species. The group no longer needs to be physically present to influence action. Memory of judgment can do the work. Anticipation of praise or ridicule can do the work. Fear of exclusion can do the work. The individual becomes, in part, self-policing. That is efficient for the group, but it's also psychologically costly. The mind gains depth, but it loses some innocence. It can no longer disappear entirely into impulse because it has begun to split into actor and observer. No single explanation fully accounts for how early this split becomes stable, or how equally it is distributed across all human populations and close relatives. The evidence remains incomplete, and caution is necessary. Some social capacities may be ancient and widespread, while others intensify only under certain demographic or ecological conditions. Larger groups, more persistent exchange networks, or more demanding child-rearing systems may all increase the need for sophisticated self-monitoring. Still, the broad pattern is persuasive. Human life grows more social, more interdependent, and more interpretive. Under such conditions, the self is likely to become increasingly visible to itself because it is increasingly visible to others. There is a lesser-known clue in cooperative tasks that require timing rather than brute force. Carrying a large carcass, coordinating movement during a hunt, managing fire, watching over children while others forage, or passing knowledge during skilled work all require individuals to fit themselves into roles that are not entirely self-chosen in the moment. One must hold the group pattern in mind while acting within it. This encourages a double awareness what I am doing, and how my doing fits the others. Such coordination may have helped build the human capacity to see the self as one part within a broader social design. Later civilizations will turn this instinct into ritual, law, and institutions. Its roots may lie in something as simple and ancient as needing to move together. Even affection has a part in this story. Attachment teaches selfhood from the opposite direction of judgment. To be comforted, sought, protected, or mourned is to learn that one occupies a place in the emotional landscape of others. That knowledge deepens inward life in ways more subtle than fear or shame. It suggests not only that I can fail in the eyes of others, but that I can matter. A being who matters becomes harder to experience as a disposable point of perception. The self gathers weight from being held in other minds. Grief, later, will draw some of its force from precisely this fact. In time, these pressures produce a remarkable result. Humans become creatures who can step outside immediate sensation and ask, in however primitive a form, not only what is happening, but how they are being read within what is happening. The inner self thickens because it must manage not one world but two. There is the physical world of weather, hunger, terrain, tools, and predators. And there is the social world of glances, expectations, debts, remembered slights, admiration, resentment, dependence, and trust. The second world is invisible, but often just as decisive. To navigate it successfully is to become a more reflexive being. That reflexivity does not make life easier. On the contrary, it may have made human existence heavier long before it made it grander. A more self-conscious creature can fear humiliation, nurse resentment, carry private doubt, and anticipate disapproval. It can feel divided between impulse and role. It can recognize hypocrisy or sense it in itself. These are burdens, but they come bound to extraordinary gains. A being that can model how others see it can cooperate more flexibly, teach more effectively, maintain alliances across time, and coordinate complex social life with greater subtlety than brute instinct would allow. In that sense, the human self is not discovered in a cave alone, staring inward in noble silence. It is forged in company. It takes shape in eyes meeting across firelight, in judgments remembered after the moment has passed, in the need to be trusted, in the fear of disgrace, in the tenderness of care, in the daily labor of managing how one appears to those whose presence makes survival possible. The animal that remembers itself is becoming the animal that sees itself being seen, and once that happens, identity can no longer remain purely private. The self becomes a social construction in the oldest and most literal sense, built from repeated encounters, stabilized by memory, sharpened by evaluation, and carried inward as an invisible companion. Much later, humans will invent masks, titles, portraits, and mirrors. But the first true mirror may have been another face leaning close enough to matter. At some point, the human mind does something that may be more destabilizing than any new tool, any new social bond, or any fire kept alive through the night. It looks at the still body of someone it knew and understands, however dimly at first, that something essential has gone missing. Not movement alone, not heat alone, not breath alone. A person who was present in the thick, familiar sense of presence is now absent while the body remains. That contradiction may have changed the human inner world forever. To recognize death fully is not only to witness an ending, it is to discover that a self can disappear. Other animals respond to death. They hesitate, linger, guard, call, touch, or return. Elephants investigate bones. Primates sometimes remain beside dead infants or show agitation around lost companions. These behaviors matter, and they caution against drawing too sharp a line between humans and the rest of life. Grief, confusion, and social disruption do not begin with our species, but the human response appears, at some stage, to acquire a new quality. Death becomes more than a disturbance in the group. It becomes an object of thought. It becomes something remembered, marked, perhaps explained, and almost certainly feared in an unusually reflective way. This matters because nothing sharpens self-awareness more brutally than the realization that the inner continuity one carries can end. Memory, planning, reputation, affection, skill, all of it depends on the persistence of a self through time. Death interrupts that persistence completely. For a creature just beginning to feel itself as a continuing being, the recognition of mortality is not a side note, it is an earthquake. The self no longer stretches into the future without limit. It is bounded, and once bounded it can be imagined as lost. The archaeological record offers only partial access to this transformation, but it offers enough to make the question unavoidable. Deliberate treatment of the dead appears in different forms and at different times, and scholars still debate many individual cases. Some bodies may have been covered for practical reasons, some deposited by natural processes, some disturbed after burial by scavengers, weather, or later human action. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for every site. Yet across deep time, patterns emerge that strongly suggest more than indifference. Bodies are placed in ways that seem intentional. Certain individuals appear to have been protected from casual exposure. Grave goods in some later contexts accompany the dead. Pigment appears near remains. Particular postures recur. However cautiously one reads the record, it becomes difficult to believe that humans are treating death as mere disposal. One of the most discussed examples comes from Middle Paleolithic burials often associated with Neanderthals and early modern humans. Some older interpretations were too confident, assigning elaborate ritual meanings where the evidence was thinner than first believed. Later scholars have corrected much of that enthusiasm, and rightly so. Not every supposed burial proves ceremony. Not every arrangement proves belief in an afterlife. Yet the correction should not swing too far the other way. Intentional deposition still appears likely in several cases, and even modest intentionality changes the picture. To place a body deliberately rather than abandon it is already to treat death as socially meaningful. It suggests that the dead continue to matter after biological function has ended. That continued mattering may be the critical point. A dead companion is useless in strictly survival terms and can even be dangerous through smell, scavengers, or disease. To remain with the body, move it, protect it, or return to it requires effort. Effort implies value. That value may arise from attachment, from memory, from the unwillingness to accept abrupt absence, or from emerging beliefs that cannot yet be reconstructed. Scholars still debate how much symbolic thought is required before true funerary ritual becomes possible, but attachment alone may be enough to begin. A body is heavy. Carrying it says something. Digging for it says something more. And what it says, at minimum, is that the self has become recognizable enough for its loss to alter behavior after death itself. The group responds not only to danger removed or labor reduced, but to absence that feels wrong. That response teaches the living something severe. If that person can vanish while their body remains, so can I. Mortality becomes imaginable from the first-person side. This is where self-awareness may darken decisively. The self no longer only persists. It now persists under the shadow of its own end. There is a lesser-known but important possibility here. The recognition of death may also sharpen the distinction between body and person in the human mind. This does not require formal metaphysics or belief in a soul, as later traditions will articulate it. It requires only the experience that a familiar individual can be gone while their physical form is still present. Such experiences may have prepared the ground for later spiritual ideas. But even before doctrine there is the raw perception of separation. The record cannot tell us exactly how early humans explained that separation. It can only suggest that they noticed it strongly enough to behave differently around the dead than around ordinary objects. This helps explain why grief is so intimately tied to self-awareness. To grieve is not only to miss utility or social function, it is to preserve the dead person inwardly, while they no longer exist outwardly in the same way. The memory remains active. The expectations tied to that individual linger, and then repeatedly fail. One still turns, perhaps instinctively, toward where they would have been. Their absence becomes a presence in the mind. That paradox requires a remarkably layered consciousness. The dead continue to live as internal figures. This capacity to hold the absent vividly may have made humans more fully self-aware, precisely because it taught them to inhabit contradiction. Some of the most powerful clues come not from grand burial sites, but from bodies that seem to have been treated with unusual care despite illness, age, or injury during life. Certain prehistoric individuals survived severe impairments that would have made solitary existence nearly impossible. A damaged skull, a missing limb, degenerative disease, long-healed trauma, dental loss severe enough to impede feeding, all suggest that others help them endure. Such care is not direct proof of reflective mortality, but it reveals something adjacent and crucial. Humans increasingly understand one another as beings worth sustaining, even when immediate practical value declines. That is a form of recognition. It acknowledges a person beyond their momentary function, and once such recognition exists, death becomes more than the end of activity. It becomes the end of a valued self. There is also fear. Death is not encountered only in peaceful old age, which for most prehistoric people is hardly guaranteed. It comes in injury, childbirth, infection, exposure, conflict, predation, drowning, accident, hunger. It comes suddenly and often. This constant proximity could have numbed the mind, but it may also have sharpened it. Repeated exposure to mortality does not necessarily make death ordinary in the psychological sense. Sometimes it does the opposite. It presses the reality of extinction harder into the texture of daily life. A species already capable of memory and anticipation may begin to live not only with danger, but with the knowledge that danger can erase a self completely. No single explanation fully accounts for when this knowledge becomes distinctly human in its emotional complexity. Some degree of death awareness likely exists in many social animals, but human evidence points to compounding layers care for the sick. persistence of memory, deliberate treatment of bodies, possible grave markers or pigments, and later, increasingly clear signs of symbolic mourning. The trajectory suggests that mortality is becoming integrated into culture as well as instinct. Death is no longer only something that happens, it is something people do something about, and whatever they do about it feeds back into the living mind. The treatment of children's remains may be especially revealing, though the evidence is sparse and uneven. In some prehistoric contexts, infants or juveniles appear to have received deliberate placement that exceeds purely practical disposal. This is difficult terrain, and scholars disagree about individual cases. Yet when a very young body is handled with care, the gesture suggests that personhood is not measured solely by labor or status. Emotional attachment reaches beyond utility. Such acts, if that is what they are, may reveal a self-awareness broad enough to see value in lives not yet fully unfolded. That is not merely social organization. It is emotional depth with philosophical consequences. Mortality also changes time. Once death is understood as final for others, the future itself becomes more unstable. Plans no longer lead only toward expected outcomes. They now lead toward uncertainty that may include disappearance. The self must imagine not just success or failure, but non-existence. This is extraordinarily difficult, even for modern minds. Perhaps that is why death so often becomes surrounded by symbol, ritual, or story. The mind resists pure void. It fills the rupture with gesture, memory, belief, repetition, or care. Even the simplest deliberate treatment of the dead may therefore be doing more than honoring a companion. It may be defending the living against the unbearable plainness of extinction. This possibility carries us carefully toward the threshold of ritual. Ritual in its full form may belong more clearly to later periods, but its roots may begin here in repeated meaningful acts around death. Repetition matters. A body is placed similarly to earlier bodies. Certain materials recur. Particular places become associated with the dead. These patterns do not prove developed religion, but they do suggest that death is becoming something organized by culture rather than handled anew, each time by improvisation alone. Once culture enters mortality, self-awareness deepens further, because the individual now inherits ways of thinking about death before encountering it personally. The dead are no longer only remembered, they are framed. What survives in the record suggests that this framing grows stronger over time, though not evenly and not everywhere at once. Some populations preserve few traces, others offer more suggestive signs. Some practices may vanish and return. Climate, preservation, population size, mobility, and chance all distort the evidence. Yet the larger arc remains compelling. Humans and their close relatives increasingly refuse to treat the dead as simply discarded matter. That refusal may be one of the clearest windows into an emerging sense that lives are more than bodies, and that selves leave wounds when they're gone. There is an irony here. The recognition of death may have made life feel more meaningful, but it likely also made it more frightening. A creature that does not fully grasp mortality may suffer loss in immediate terms. A creature that does grasp it suffers twice, once in grief for others, and once in the anticipation of its own ending. This double burden may help explain later human obsession with memory, descendants, monuments, names, and afterlives. Long before those inventions appear, the emotional engine beneath them may already be running. The self wants to continue. When it learns it cannot, it seeks other forms of persistence. That search begins modestly. A body is not left where it fell. A place is remembered. A A companion is missed not for a day but for much longer. Perhaps an object is left with them. Perhaps pigment marks the event. Perhaps the group returns, even where evidence is uncertain. The emotional logic is powerful. Death forces humans to confront the most radical difference between a living self and a silent body. And in confronting it, they may come to understand themselves more sharply than any tool or social exchange could manage alone. In this sense, mortality is not only an endpoint in human life, it is one of the great teachers of inwardness. It tells the living that what they carry inside is fragile, finite, and irreplaceable. It teaches that others are not interchangeable bodies but singular centers of memory and relation. It teaches that time is not endless, and once those lessons take root, the self can never again be merely a convenient bundle of instincts. It becomes something precious because it can be lost. So the human story grows darker, but also deeper. Around the dead, the living begin to understand the strange seriousness of being someone. They learn that presence can vanish while form remains. They learn that attachment survives the body. They learn that memory can keep a person near and yet never bring them back. Out of that painful knowledge comes a sharper self, one that knows not only that it exists, but that one day it will not. Few revelations could have changed the human mind more. After the dead begin to matter in a new way, the living leave another kind of trace behind them. It is smaller than a burial and easier to miss. A smear of red on stone, a polished bead with no practical function obvious enough to justify the labour. Lines cut into bone or ochre that do not improve the edge of anything, do not secure a binding, do not butcher an animal, do not hold a shelter together, and yet are made anyway. These are among the quietest artifacts in prehistory, and some of the most revealing. They suggest that human beings are no longer only acting upon the world for immediate survival. They are beginning to mark it with meanings that may exist first in the mind. The importance of symbols in the history of self-awareness is hard to overstate, but it is equally easy to exaggerate. Archaeologists have learned caution here. Pigment can have practical uses. Markings can be incidental. Perforated shells may be functional or accidental before they are decorative. Patterns may look deliberate to modern eyes, and yet emerge from processes that are not symbolic at all. Scholars still debate many specific finds, and rightly so. No single object can carry the full weight of a mental revolution, yet when traces accumulate across sites, regions, and generations, the pattern becomes harder to ignore. Human beings are increasingly making things that seem to point beyond themselves. That phrase matters beyond themselves. A symbol is not only an object, it is an object used to carry something absent. Colour can represent status, belonging, memory, danger, mourning, beauty, transformation, or sacredness. A bead can mark attachment, exchange, rank, identity, or a relationship to a group. A repeated engraved pattern can preserve convention, attention, or perhaps a meaning now lost forever. What survives in the record suggests not a sudden explosion from silence into full symbolic culture, but a long and uneven deepening. The mind learns, slowly, that inner states, social distinctions, and invisible ideas can be anchored in material form. Ochre is one of the oldest and most haunting clues. Red ochre, in particular, appears again and again in prehistoric contexts, sometimes in ways that seem difficult to explain by utility alone. It can be used as a pigment on bodies, hides, or objects. It may have practical applications in preservation, hide working, adhesive preparation, or protection from insects or sunlight. All of that is plausible, But there are also contexts in which ochre seems to have been gathered, worked, transported, and applied with an attention that exceeds plain function. Pieces are engraved, powders are processed, traces appear in association with burials or with objects that seem to invite display. No single explanation fully accounts for every use. That ambiguity is not a weakness in the story. It is part of what makes ochre so revealing. It seems to occupy the boundary where utility shades into symbolism and symbolism grows from the habits of practical life. This boundary is exactly where early self-awareness is likely to become visible. Human inwardness does not need to wait for abstract language or formal ritual to begin externalizing itself. It can begin in materials that carry emotional or social charge before anyone could explain them in words. A red-stained body, a marked tool, a shell worn not for cutting or scraping but for being seen, all suggest that people are becoming interested in appearance as a meaningful surface. The self is no longer only lived internally or judged socially through action. It is beginning to be signalled. Something inward, relational, or remembered is now moving outward into visible form. That movement changes everything. Once an inner distinction can be placed on the body or in an object, it becomes shareable and stable in new ways. A person no longer has to prove courage, maturity, affiliation, or grief only through immediate action. They may begin to carry signs of these things. This does not mean symbolic systems are already as elaborate as those of later farming societies or ancient states. They are almost certainly not. But the principle has appeared. The mind can fasten meaning to matter and trust others to recognize it. That is a major cognitive step. It requires not just imagination, but a shared expectation that another mind can read what has been placed there. Some of the most striking examples come from marine shells and other items transported far from their natural sources. Perforated shells interpreted as ornaments appear in several early contexts, associated with both anatomically modern humans and, in some debated cases, Neanderthals. The dating and interpretation of individual finds remain contested in places, and caution is necessary. But the overall picture is suggestive. Humans are selecting objects not for immediate subsistence value, modifying them, and apparently wearing or displaying them. That takes time. It takes intention. It often takes movement or exchange across distance. Such effort implies that appearance itself has acquired importance. A shell is no longer merely a shell. It becomes a sign held close to the self. This has enormous implications for self-awareness because ornament assumes an observer. Even solitary symbolic acts may eventually be seen, remembered, or interpreted by others. To decorate is to enter a world in which surfaces speak. The individual must imagine how a mark, colour, or object will appear from the outside. That means the externalized self becomes more deliberate. Earlier social life already taught humans that they were visible. Symbolic display goes further. It allows them to shape that visibility. The self is no longer only reflected by other minds. It begins to edit its own reflection. There is also an intimate psychological dimension. A symbol can help stabilize an inner state. Grief, affiliation, fear, maturity, longing, obligation, and memory are all hard to hold in purely private form, especially in a species whose mental life is becoming more cumulative and more socially dependent. Material signs may help anchor such states. A pigment applied to the skin can renew belonging each time it is seen. An ornament may carry memory of exchange, kinship, or loss. A repeated motif may preserve a pattern of thought beyond the single moment of feeling. The evidence remains incomplete. But what survives in the record suggests that humans are learning to deposit parts of the mind outside the mind. This is perhaps the most important shift of all. With tools, intention survives in action. With symbols, interiority survives in sign. A sign can be revisited, it can be shared, it can outlast the mood or even the person who made it. It can organize social life by making invisible distinctions durable. And because it is durable, it feeds back into thought. A person marked in a certain way may begin to experience themselves through that mark, not only before others, but in solitude as well. Identity becomes easier to sustain when it can be carried on the body or in objects. The self becomes more portable. Engraved patterns offer a particularly mysterious window into this development. Some pieces of ochre, bone, eggshell, or stone bear repeated incisions that appear non-random and intentionally arranged. They may be tally marks, they may be decoration, they may be practice. They may encode meaning no one can now recover. Scholars still debate how much symbolic weight can safely be assigned to them. Yet whatever their exact purpose, they reveal a mind willing to impose regular pattern for reasons not reducible to immediate mechanical necessity. That willingness matters. It suggests that ordered abstraction has become satisfying or significant in itself. The mind is no longer only shaping useful forms, it is also shaping meaningful ones. There is a lesser-known difficulty here that makes the evidence more interesting, not less. Symbolic behavior does not necessarily appear everywhere at once, nor does it advance in a straight line. Some populations may use pigments heavily while leaving fewer obvious ornaments. Others may display personal decoration without leaving large-scale visual art. Climatic instability, small group size, mobility, preservation bias, and chance all distort the record. Symbolic habits may flare, fade, and reappear. This unevenness warns against the fantasy of one great symbolic awakening in a single place and time. More likely, many groups approach the threshold differently, but once enough symbolic behaviors accumulate, the underlying mental change becomes hard to deny. Humans are increasingly living in worlds made not only of objects, but of objects that stand for something. This is where the history of self-awareness begins to touch the history of imagination more directly. To use a symbol is to trust that something absent can be carried by something present. The absent thing may be an emotion, a bond, a story, a category, a memory, a role, or a belief. This kind of mental substitution is powerful because it liberates thought from immediacy. A person can now interact with meanings that are not visible in nature on their own. They can give form to states that otherwise exist only in experience. The self becomes easier to reflect upon because parts of it now exist in signs that can be looked at. One can imagine the emotional power of this even in very early settings. A group member dies, and red pigment is placed near the body. Whether the act means life, blood, transformation, protection, mourning, or something else entirely, it does one unmistakable thing. It says that the moment requires more than mere disposal. Or a shell bead passed from one person to another carries a memory that endures when speech has ended. Or a marked object signals membership to those who can read it, and exclusion to those who cannot. In each case, inner or social reality is being fixed in matter. That fixation allows reflection to intensify. What has been made visible can be contemplated. It may also be that symbolic behavior helps humans tolerate uncertainty. Death, social tension, migration, sexual maturity, alliance, seasonal return, childbirth, danger from outsiders, all create emotional pressures that are difficult to manage through practical action alone. Symbols do not solve these pressures materially, but they organize them mentally. They make diffuse states graspable. No single explanation fully accounts for why symbolic traditions emerge where and when they do. But one strong possibility is that they help stabilize increasingly complex inner lives. A species becoming more self-aware may need symbols not as luxury, but as support. This possibility becomes especially persuasive when combined with the earlier developments already in motion. Memory has deepened, social judgment has intensified, mortality has darkened the future, firelight has created spaces for replay and performance. Toolmaking has strengthened planning and self-evaluation. In such a mind, experiences are accumulating faster than immediate action can contain them. Something has to hold the excess. Symbols may be one of the first great containers. They store emotion, identity, and shared understanding in material form so that the mind does not have to carry everything alone. The emergence of symbols also changes the group's relation to time. A body painted today resembles one painted before. An ornament worn now echoes one worn by an elder. An engraved pattern reproduces earlier intention. This creates continuity that extends beyond direct memory. Tradition begins to form in the visible world. The self no longer belongs only to its present context. It enters a line of recognizable forms that can deepen individuality, but it can also bind the individual more tightly to inherited meaning. Identity becomes both personal and traditional, immediate and ancestral. And still, uncertainty remains everywhere. We do not know exactly what a given pattern meant, whether a bead signaled rank or kinship, whether a pigment marked grief or celebration, whether a repeated sign encoded language-like content or something looser and more fluid. Scholars still debate these questions because the evidence can rarely answer them alone. But the uncertainty does not erase the larger reality. Humans are beginning to live amid signs. Once that happens, self-awareness can no longer remain only a matter of feeling and memory. It becomes representable. It becomes something that can be shown, recognized, repeated, and perhaps misunderstood. That last possibility matters too. Symbols can fail. They can be read differently, contested, copied, restricted, or lost. This introduces another layer of inwardness. A person may mean one thing and be taken for another. A sign may carry authority only if others agree. The self now depends partly on interpretation not just of action, but of representation. Human life grows richer and more precarious at the same time. The inner world has found a way out into matter, but once outside, it enters the dangerous realm of shared meaning. So the record of ochre, shell, incision, and ornament should not be treated as decorative footnotes to human evolution. These are among the earliest clues that inwardness has become too large to remain invisible. The mind is beginning to cast shadows outside itself. It is beginning to paint, pierce, stain, and mark the world with traces of feeling, status, memory, and thought. Not yet in the full radiance of later art or religion, but clearly enough to show that something has changed. Humans are no longer only surviving, they are signifying. And the significance runs both ways. The signs do not merely express a pre-existing self, they help create one. Every time a person wears a bead, applies pigment, repeats a mark, or recognizes the same sign on another body, the invisible architecture of selfhood grows more stable. Symbols become scaffolding for identity. They allow the human creature to inhabit meanings that outlast the moment, to see its inner life reflected in visible form, and to live among traces that point continually beyond what the eye can see. That is one of the clearest signs yet that humans have begun not only to experience consciousness, but to build a world in which consciousness can recognize itself. Once symbols begin to leave the hand and settle onto the body, self-awareness takes on a new intimacy. A marked stone can be set down. A painted wall can be left behind. The body is different. The body moves through the world as the most immediate surface on which identity can be displayed, altered, protected, or transformed. To decorate the body is not only to add beauty or distinction, it is to treat the self as something that can be shaped into an appearance with meaning. That is a profound step. The individual no longer merely has a body. The individual begins to use the body as a medium through which an inner or social self can be made visible. This does not mean that every pigment, scar, necklace, or piece of clothing in prehistory carries elaborate symbolic content. Archaeology does not allow such certainty, and modern imagination has often run too far ahead of the evidence. Some body treatments may be practical, helping with temperature, insects, sunlight, or skin protection. Some ornaments may be opportunistic or variable in significance. Some scars or modifications may result from injury rather than intention. Scholars still debate many interpretations, especially when preserved evidence is fragmentary. Yet what survives in the record suggests that, over time, the human body is increasingly treated as more than flesh-performing tasks. It becomes a sign-bearing surface. That shift matters because it changes the experience of identity in both directions at once. A mark on the body communicates outward to others, but it also communicates inward to the wearer. To apply pigment is to feel oneself altered, to wear beads, shells, teeth, bone pendants, worked fibers, or later clothing is to move with a deliberate sense of one's own presentation. The self becomes tactile as well as social. Identity is no longer only inferred from the reactions of others or the memory of one's actions. It can be carried on the skin and against it. This may have helped stabilize forms of selfhood that would otherwise remain fleeting and situational. The decorated body likely emerges from many overlapping pressures. Sexual display is one possibility, and probably an important one. In many social species, appearance plays a role in attraction, status, and reproductive competition. Human ornament may at times amplify age, health, skill, fertility, maturity, or alliance. But reducing body display to mating alone misses the larger pattern. What survives in the record suggests a richer field of uses: group belonging, emotional expression, distinction between roles, perhaps rites of passage, perhaps mourning, perhaps protection, perhaps memory. No single explanation fully accounts for all cases. The point is not one motive, but a widening range of motives. Once the body becomes a surface for chosen signals, human life enters a new representational depth. This is where the relationship between self-awareness and shame, pride and dignity may deepen further. A body that can be intentionally presented can also be intentionally evaluated. Its appearance matters in ways that go beyond raw health or physical power. Skill in ornament, restraint in display, the possession of certain objects, the absence of them, all can become socially meaningful. The body becomes readable, and with readability comes greater vulnerability to judgment. At the same time, it becomes a source of control. A person can now shape part of how they are seen. Earlier humans learned that they existed in the eyes of others. Decorated bodies allow them to intervene in that vision. There is an old tendency to think of clothing and ornament as luxuries that arrive after the real business of survival is secured. Prehistory suggests something stranger. display may be woven into survival far more deeply than modern habits of thought admit. In small, interdependent communities, to be legible to others can be as consequential as to be physically strong. Signals of affiliation may reduce conflict. Signs of adulthood may regulate access to mating or labor roles. Marks of grief may structure responses to loss. Indicators of difference may organize deference, trust, care, or distance. The body becomes a social text long before there is writing. Scarification and other permanent or semi-permanent modifications, where they can be reasonably inferred, are especially revealing. Unlike a temporary pigment, a scar is a lasting inscription. It implies that identity can be fixed into the flesh itself. That possibility carries enormous psychological weight. A mark that does not wash away tells the individual in the group that some distinction is meant to endure. It may signify initiation, endurance, status, kinship, or something else now unrecoverable. The evidence for specific prehistoric practices is often sparse, and it is dangerous to project too much backward from historically documented societies. Still, the broader principle remains persuasive. Humans become increasingly willing to alter the body not only for function, but for meaning. That willingness suggests a self experienced as moldable, not merely given. The same can be said of early clothing, even though clothing preserves poorly and often enters the archaeological record only through indirect clues, such as tools for hide working, sewing implements, or genetic evidence relating to parasites adapted to garments. Clothing begins in necessity, almost certainly, especially as humans move into harsher climates. But once the body is covered, layered, wrapped, tied, or adorned, even practical garments open symbolic possibilities. Difference can now be worn more elaborately. Texture, arrangement, added objects, color, cut, or associated marks can all carry social information. A hidden self has, in one sense, become more visible precisely because it is mediated by surfaces chosen rather than purely biological. This produces an interesting paradox. The more humans cover or decorate the body, the less straightforward the body becomes as a natural object. Appearance now includes intention. What one sees is no longer just age, sex, injury, or condition. It is also styling, affiliation, effort, memory, perhaps role. The body becomes a meeting point of biology and narrative. That may have intensified self-consciousness sharply. A person must learn not only what they are physically, but what they appear to be through the signs they carry. Inner life grows more complex when the body itself becomes an edited version of the self. Children again are important here. A young human entering a world where bodies are marked, clothed, ornamented, or otherwise socially prepared must learn to read those differences long before they can explain them abstractly. This person is an elder. That one is in mourning. This one belongs to us. That one is dangerous, forbidden, admired, or marriageable. Even if the categories were looser and less formal in deep prehistory than in later societies, the underlying process matters. A child learns that the body is not only a body, it is a carrier of invisible distinctions. Growing into humanity therefore means growing into a system where one's own body will also become legible to others. Self-awareness is socialized through adornment. There is also a temporal dimension. Body decoration can connect the living to remembered individuals, a pendant worn by a descendant, a pigment pattern repeated from elders, a scar marking passage into a recognized stage of life. All create continuity that extends identity beyond personal whim. The self becomes historical in miniature. It is no longer only a present experience. It is an inheritance and a performance at once. That may be one reason body display becomes so persistent in human life across times and places. It solves several problems at once. It makes belonging visible, memory portable, hierarchy readable, and inward states easier to anchor. Some of the most intriguing evidence lies in the sheer effort involved in acquiring and preparing ornament materials. Marine shells carried inland, teeth selected and drilled, pigments ground repeatedly, soft materials shaped into cords or bindings, all suggest sustained labour invested in things that do not directly cut meat or make fire. That labour is significant. It says that social and symbolic appearance has become worth time, and therefore worth calories, risk, and attention. In evolutionary terms, that is no small matter. It implies that being recognized in certain ways is now tied to outcomes important enough to compete with immediate practical needs. A lesser-known aspect of ornament is sound. Beads, pendants, shells, and teeth worn on the body do not merely alter appearance. In motion they may click, rattle, brush, or rustle. This means adornment can extend identity into hearing as well as sight. A person can be sensed before fully seen. Presence acquires a sonic signature. Scholars have explored this possibility especially in later prehistoric contexts, though direct evidence is limited for earlier periods. Still, it's a compelling reminder that decorated bodies are not static displays. They move, shine, smell, sound, and feel different. The self becomes a multisensory construction. This multisensory self may have helped humans inhabit roles more fully. To be marked for mourning, adulthood, danger, fertility, healing, leadership, or ritual is not only to inform others, it is to step into a mode of being reinforced by sight and sensation. The decorated body can change posture, expectation, and emotional experience. A person may feel stronger, older, more exposed, more set apart, more protected, more desirable, or more accountable because of what is carried on the skin. Symbols, or once placed on the body, cease to be external objects alone. They become extensions of subjectivity. No single explanation fully accounts for when body decoration becomes regular enough to structure entire identities rather than individual episodes. The archaeological record is patchy, and preservation relentlessly favours stone over fibre, skin, paint, and gesture. Much has certainly been lost. What remains is only a fraction of ancient appearance. Yet even that fraction is enough to show a broad tendency. Humans increasingly refuse to leave the body as raw nature. They intervene. They emphasize, they conceal, they reveal, they classify. That pattern suggests that selfhood has moved into a new phase, one in which inward distinctions are stabilized through deliberate embodiment. This also changes the experience of difference between one person and another. Earlier, identity may have been known mostly through memory of actions and social relationships. Now it can be encountered more immediately in surfaces and styles. The stranger can be recognized as a stranger at a glance. The familiar can be recognized before speech. Similarity can reassure. Difference can provoke curiosity, caution, or hostility. The body, in becoming a social signal, alters how rapidly the self and the other are perceived. That may have helped support larger and more complex networks, but it may also have hardened boundaries. Human self-awareness grows not only through personal depth, but through contrast. There is, finally, a revealing tension between concealment and revelation. Decoration draws attention, but clothing can also hide. Covering parts of the body may increase mystery rather than diminish it. It creates an awareness that the seen self is only part of the self. Later cultures will turn this into elaborate codes of modesty, status, seduction, purity, and power. In deep prehistory, the dynamics are harder to reconstruct, yet the possibility is already there. The body can be managed as a threshold, not just a fact. That implies a sophisticated sense that appearance mediates access to the person beneath it. By this stage, the self is no longer only remembered, judged, or symbolized. It is worn. It is carried outward in visible and tangible form, yet remains inward enough to require care, maintenance, and interpretation. Humans are becoming creatures who do not simply live in bodies, but continually revise what those bodies mean. This is one of the clearest signs that self-awareness has thickened into something closer to identity. A person can now inhabit a chosen or inherited version of themselves and have that version recognized across time. Much later, civilizations will build entire worlds around costume and regalia, tattoos, veils, crowns, uniforms, sacred marks, and the discipline of appearance. The foundations of that immense cultural architecture may lie here, in these earlier moments when the body first becomes a deliberate surface of meaning. The decorated body tells us that humans have begun to treat the self not as an invisible accident, but as something that can be made legible, memorable, and enduring. And once the self can be made visible on the skin, it becomes harder to believe that human consciousness is merely a private flicker hidden inside the skull. It has entered the social world in durable form. It has become something others can read and something the bearer must continually live up to. That is not just ornament. It is a new stage in the long invention of being someone. There are places in the prehistoric world where ordinary perception begins to fail in useful ways. A cave mouth narrows, daylight fades, sound changes shape, the body loses its familiar relation to distance, direction, and scale. Air cools. Footsteps return as echoes that seem to belong to someone else. Shadows thrown by flame refuse to stay attached to the rock that bears them. In such places, the mind is not merely observing a landscape. It is being acted upon by one. And that may matter enormously for the history of self-awareness, because some environments do not simply shelter human thought. They intensify it, distort it, and force it inward. By the time humans begin entering deep caves or similarly charged spaces for purposes that appear to go beyond ordinary shelter, something important has already changed. These are not always practical sights. Many decorated chambers in later Paleolithic contexts lie far from easy daylight access, in narrow passages, steep descents, or acoustically strange interiors that are inconvenient for daily living. Scholars still debate the exact meaning of such places and of the images found within them. No single explanation fully accounts for all cave use. Some spaces may have served multiple functions over time. Some markings may have been separated by long intervals. Some chambers may have been visited only rarely. Yet the cumulative pattern is striking. Humans are seeking out environments that heighten sensation, uncertainty, and emotional focus. That suggests a mind ready to encounter itself under unusual conditions. This is not the same as saying that caves create self-awareness from nothing. Rather, they may expose layers of it already forming. Darkness does something that daylight does not. It removes the world in order to return fragments of it under altered terms. A hand passes across a wall, and the wall feels colder than expected. A flame lifts, and suddenly an animal painted on uneven stone seems to move. A voice returns from a direction where no person stands. Orientation weakens. Breathing becomes louder. The line between the external environment and the images or expectations arising inside the mind grows less stable. For a species increasingly capable of memory, symbolism, and imagination, this is a powerful condition. It invites the experience that consciousness itself has depths. Caves matter partly because they change scale. On the open plain, the human being is exposed against distance. Underground, the world presses close, then suddenly opens into chambers larger than expected, then tightens again. This instability can produce emotional effects that are difficult to ignore. Claustrophobia, or heightened alertness, and a sharpened sense of presence may all arise under such conditions. The evidence remains incomplete about exactly how prehistoric people described or understood these feelings, if they described them at all. But their repeated movement into such places suggests that the effects were not merely accidental. Something in these environments drew human attention, and that attraction likely had as much to do with altered experience as with physical utility. Acoustics may be one of the lesser-known clues. Some cave chambers amplify voices, drumming, clapping, footsteps, or the sounds of wind in ways that can feel uncanny, even to modern visitors who arrive fully informed about the physics involved. Certain decorated areas in well-known Upper Paleolithic caves coincide with acoustically resonant locations, a pattern that some researchers find suggestive, though not all agree on how far the evidence can be pushed. Caution is necessary. Humans often decorate surfaces suitable for decoration, and resonant places may also be visually prominent or easier to revisit. Still, the overlap between sound and placement is difficult to dismiss entirely. It raises the possibility that prehistoric people were sensitive not just to visual surfaces, but to the way sound could animate space and make presence feel doubled or dispersed. That doubling matters. Self-awareness deepens when the mind can experience itself as both actor and observer, speaker and hearer, body and image. Echoes are a primitive but potent lesson in that split. One makes a sound and receives it back transformed, delayed, displaced. The environment answers in one's own voice and yet not in one's own control. For a mind already prone to symbolic thought, social inference, and reflection, that could be psychologically fertile ground. The cave does not merely contain the self, it seems to answer it. This may help explain why subterranean spaces so often become associated, in much later cultures, with spirits, ancestors, hidden powers, or entrances to other realms. Long before formal myths, such places may already have taught humans that the world can reflect consciousness in altered form. Fire again plays a role here, but differently than at the open camp. In caves, flame does not gather the group against the outside night so much as carve small islands of perception out of an engulfing darkness. Light becomes directional, unstable, and theatrical. A painted line on a stone bulge appears to leap as the flame moves. Natural contours of rock can lend volume to animal figures, hands, signs, and hybrid shapes. Scholars still debate how deliberately artists exploited this effect, but in many cases it seems unlikely to be accidental. The wall is not a neutral surface. It is an active partner in illusion. This matters because the human mind is learning to collaborate with ambiguity. It is discovering that images can live in the threshold between what is there and what is imagined. That threshold may have been especially important for early experiences of inner life. To see an image emerge from rock and shadow is to confront the possibility that forms exist half-hidden until attention brings them forth. That is not yet introspection in the modern sense. but it is close to a mental habit on which introspection depends the belief that reality contains layers not immediately visible. Caves train this habit relentlessly. They conceal, they reveal, they reward patience, memory, and guided movement. They separate everyday space from marked space. To enter them is to cross a boundary, and boundary crossing is often where the self becomes most noticeable to itself. Some researchers have proposed that ritual performance in caves or cave-like settings may have involved altered states of consciousness induced by darkness, sensory deprivation, rhythmic sound, fatigue, fasting, fear, or repeated movement through difficult passages. Such hypotheses remain debated, and the evidence cannot prove any specific inner experience. It would be careless to treat all cave art as the product of trance, or to flatten different regions and eras into one explanation. Yet the broader possibility is reasonable. Human consciousness is highly sensitive to environmental manipulation, and caves provide many of the conditions under which perception becomes unstable and self-awareness may intensify. Even without full trance, a person in deep darkness with flickering light, repeated rhythm, and charged expectation is not experiencing the world in an ordinary way. This possibility becomes more compelling when set beside the rise of symbolic culture. By now humans are not only perceiving strange environments, they are bringing signs, marks, pigments, and perhaps stories into them. A cave wall carrying hand stencils, animals, abstract signs, and repeated motifs is not merely a place one passes through, it is a place where minds have accumulated. The wall becomes a record of presence, intention, and perhaps encounter. A hand stencil in particular is one of the most unsettling traces in prehistory, because it is both deeply personal and deeply impersonal. It says someone was here, yet strips the person down to outline. It presents the body as absence bordered by pigment. The hand is there and not there at once. Few images capture the tension of self-awareness more precisely. To place a hand on a stone and spray pigment around it is to create a negative self. What remains is not the hand itself, but the trace of its interruption. The place where a living body blocked colour for a moment and left behind proof of contact. Scholars disagree about the exact meanings of such hand images, and meanings may well have varied. But whatever the intention, the effect is extraordinary. The body becomes a sign by temporarily disappearing from the image. This is a sophisticated relation between self and representation. The person has begun to understand that presence can be preserved through absence, that identity can be registered by outline rather than by direct depiction. That suggests a mind increasingly capable of abstracting the self from its immediate physical form. There is also the social dimension of these spaces. A cave or secluded ritual area is rarely neutral territory once it becomes a place of return. It acquires memory. Those who enter may do so under guidance, with restrictions, with expectation, or with a sense of danger. Such experiences can structure roles within a group. Some may know the path better, some may control access, some may lead performance, mark walls, carry flame, or interpret signs. The self in these conditions is not only individual, it is positioned within a hierarchy of knowledge and exposure, initiation, secrecy, reverence, and fear may all develop from such arrangements, though the exact forms remain uncertain. What survives in the record suggests that certain spaces are set apart, and setting apart is one of the great engines by which humans create layered identities. This may also be where imagined beings begin to matter in a new way. In later Paleolithic art there are occasional hybrid figures, distorted bodies, partial forms, or compositions that do not correspond straightforwardly to ordinary observation, their interpretation is notoriously difficult, and scholars rightly resist overconfident claims. Some may be damaged images, some composite scenes, some visual experiments without fixed narrative. Yet at least some seem to hint that humans are no longer depicting only what they see in daylight. They are combining, transforming, and perhaps visualizing presences that belong partly to imagination. That is crucial. A self-aware mind does not remain satisfied with the visible world alone. It starts projecting inward structures outward, testing what can be pictured that has never exactly existed. No single explanation fully accounts for why these developments cluster so strongly around caves and other removed spaces. Preservation bias is part of the answer, because underground art survives when open-air expressions often do not. But preservation cannot be the whole story. The locations themselves matter. They require effort to reach. They intensify sensation. They break ordinary routine. They allow the group to enter a world in which perception is less stable, and symbols feel more charged. This is precisely the sort of setting in which humans may begin to experience consciousness as something mysterious rather than merely useful. There is a revealing contrast here between making a practical tool and entering a cave chamber with signs on the wall. In the first case, the mind proves its power over material consequence. In the second, it encounters its own susceptibility to atmosphere, memory, and suggestion. Both are essential to self-awareness. Humans are not only makers of order, they are also experiencers of depth. The cave teaches that the mind can be moved by things it cannot fully control or explain. Fear deepens there. Awe deepens there. Perhaps the sense of unseen presences deepens there as well. Whether those presences were understood as spirits, ancestors, animal powers, or something more diffuse. The emotional reality may have been strong regardless of explanation. This is one reason ritual, however cautiously the term is used, belongs in the story of consciousness. Ritual is not just belief acted out. It is a structured alteration of attention. It uses movement, repetition, sound, symbol, setting, and expectation to change how experience feels. Caves are ideal for such work because they already do half the job. They strip away ordinary orientation and intensify focus. A species becoming more self-aware may have needed such environments to sense the layered nature of its own mind. Later religions and ceremonial systems will formalize this insight. The prehistoric version may be less articulate, but no less powerful. What survives in the records suggests that by this stage humans are capable of treating certain places as thresholds. To cross into them is to become, temporarily, a different kind of person, more alert, more constrained, more receptive, perhaps more frightened, perhaps more exalted. Threshold experiences are important because they teach the self that it is not fixed. Consciousness can change with context. Identity can be intensified, loosened, or rearranged. The person who emerges from darkness is not necessarily the same, psychologically, as the one who entered. That is a subtle but significant insight. It opens the possibility that the self has layers, and layers invite exploration. So the cave is not only a shelter, gallery, or acoustic chamber. It is one of the first laboratories of inwardness. In darkness, among echoes and unstable light, humans confront images that seem alive, spaces that seem responsive, and feelings too large to be reduced to ordinary need. They leave signs there because ordinary life is no longer enough to contain everything the mind has become. The walls receive hands, animals, marks, and perhaps memories because those walls stand at the edge where the outer world begins to resemble the inner one. And once humans learn to enter such spaces deliberately, the history of self-awareness changes again. Consciousness is no longer merely something carried through daily life. It becomes something that can be heightened, staged, tested, and perhaps transformed. In the deep dark, with stone close and sound returning from nowhere, the human mind begins to sense that it is not a flat surface. It has caverns of its own. If symbols allow the mind to leave traces of itself in the world, language may be the moment it learns to move those traces with astonishing speed. A mark on stone can endure, but it stays where it is placed. A word travels. It can cross darkness, distance, memory, and generations in a form no object alone can manage. And once language becomes rich enough not merely to signal immediate needs, but to describe absence, possibility, sequence, cause, intention, and inner states, self-awareness acquires a new instrument. The mind does not simply feel itself anymore. It can begin, however gradually, to narrate itself. This transformation is difficult to date with confidence because spoken language leaves no fossil in the way bone or pigment does. The evidence comes indirectly, through anatomy, genetics, comparative cognition, symbolic behavior, tool complexity, social structure, and the inferential weight of everything humans eventually do. Scholars still debate the timing and pace of linguistic evolution. Some argue for a long, deep build-up extending through multiple human species. Others emphasize later thresholds associated with more complex syntax, symbolic flexibility, or cultural accumulation. No single explanation fully accounts for the whole picture. Yet whatever the precise chronology, the link between language and self-awareness seems profound. A mind that can name not only things, but relations and experiences, is a mind that can begin to hold itself in a new way. Before language reaches that level, there can still be continuity, social evaluation, grief, planning, and symbolic display. Much of the foundation is already in place, but language changes the scale of it. A remembered event can now be told as a sequence rather than merely reenacted in gesture. A fear can be specified. A warning can be detached from the immediate scene. A person can be described in their absence. Motives can be guessed aloud. Promises, accusations, praise, blame. An instruction can stretch beyond the visible moment. This does more than improve cooperation. It creates a verbal space in which the self becomes more explicit. One of the most important developments may be the ability to refer to absent entities, the animal not here, the water source beyond the ridge, the person who left yesterday, the dead companion, the future hunt, the remembered injury, the hidden danger. Displacement of this kind is one of the language's great powers. It frees thought from the pressure of the immediate environment and allows human beings to coordinate around what cannot currently be seen. Self-awareness grows under the same freedom. Once a person can talk about the absent, they can more easily talk about their own past and future states. Hunger can be anticipated in words. Shame can be revisited in words. Desire can be confessed, concealed, or negotiated in words. The self gains temporal reach. This does not mean that the first humans to speak richly are suddenly delivering autobiographies by the fire. Language almost certainly begins and develops in practical, social, and emotionally charged contexts, rather than in detached self-analysis. But practical language has deep consequences. Consider the difference between merely feeling fear and being able to tell another where the fear came from, what it resembles, and why it should matter again tomorrow. or the difference between watching someone die and later describing that death to those who were not there, or the difference between performing competence and verbally claiming it. Language turns private experience into shared structure. Once shared, it returns to the speaker, altered by response, correction, and memory. That recursive loop is fertile ground for an increasingly explicit self. Many scholars suspect that language and social cognition co-evolve intensely. The more complex the group, the more useful it becomes to track obligations, reputations, kinship, conflict, and intention through speech. A spoken world can preserve social nuance more efficiently than gesture and memory alone. It can name categories, encode rules, assign roles, and keep past events alive with far greater precision. This matters because self-awareness is not simply inward attention. It is also the ability to place oneself within a web of relations and meanings. Language makes those relations more portable and more exact. I am not just the one who did something. I can become the one who is spoken of in a certain way. That may be where identity, in a stronger sense, begins to crystallize. A being described repeatedly in similar terms may begin to understand itself through those descriptions. Trusted, reckless, patient, lucky, difficult, skilled, young, old, kin, outsider, healer, burden, leader. These labels need not be formally fixed to have force. Even loose verbal patterns can shape expectation powerfully. Once language exists in a rich enough form, the self becomes vulnerable to words in a way it was not before. Gesture can shame, expression can exclude, but speech can preserve judgment, circulate it, repeat it, and refine it. A reputation can now travel independently of the body. This is one of language's darker gifts. It strengthens memory beyond the individual mind, but in doing so it also strengthens anxiety, humiliation, resentment, and moral accountability. A spoken accusation can outlast the moment. A promise can bind the future. A lie can be remembered and exposed. A secret can exist. So can confession. The self becomes more durable, but also more burdened, because language makes it easier to compare what one intended, what one did, what one said, and what others now believe. This verbal layering of experience may have intensified the internal observer dramatically. A person must begin to track not only action and outcome, but consistency between narrative and reality. There is a lesser known but crucial point here. Language likely changes not only communication between people, but the structure of thought within a person. Many cognitive scientists and philosophers have argued that inner speech, or forms related to it, help organize planning, memory, inhibition, and self-monitoring. The exact relationship between language and thought remains debated, and it would be simplistic to claim that no reflective consciousness exists without words. Plainly, much mental life precedes verbal formulation, yet words can stabilize and segment experience in distinctive ways. They allow recurring emotional states to become recognizable categories. They allow intentions to be rehearsed before action. They allow memories to be compressed into tellable units. The self becomes easier to handle when parts of it can be named. And naming is no small act. To name fear is to separate it from everything else pressing through the body. To name kinship is to stabilize belonging. To name the dead is to resist disappearance. To name places is to turn landscape into remembered structure. To name oneself, whether through a personal identifier or a role-bound equivalent, is to create a point of continuity stronger than raw sensation alone. Scholars still debate how and when stable naming practices emerge, but the broader principle is compelling. Language does not invent the self from nothing, yet it gives the self handles. Some have wondered whether the grammatical invention of something like I marks a decisive threshold in human self-awareness. The idea is tempting, but it must be handled carefully. Many languages structure subjectivity differently, and pronouns alone do not create inwardness. A person can experience continuity and agency without formally articulating them in the way modern, Indo-European languages often do. Even so, there is something important in the capacity to distinguish speaker, listener, and absent third party in increasingly flexible ways. Such distinctions allow the mind to rotate perspective. I speak to you about them. You speak of me to another. We become visible within grammar. This grammatical staging of perspective may help strengthen the ability to model oneself from outside and to hold multiple points of view at once. Storytelling grows from the same soil. Once language can order events across time, experience can be shaped into narrative more fully than gesture alone permits. A hunt is no longer merely recalled in fragments. It can be given sequence, cause, turning point, outcome. So can a migration, a conflict, a death, a failure, a strange encounter, a warning from the past. Narrative is powerful because it does not simply preserve events. It imposes pattern. It decides what matters and what follows from what. The self, once narrated, begins to live inside those patterns. One becomes the survivor of this, the child of that, the one who erred here, the one who learned there. Identity thickens because memory becomes story. No single explanation fully accounts for whether complex narrative capacity emerges gradually or in bursts tied to broader symbolic and demographic changes. The evidence remains indirect, and different communities almost certainly develop narrative traditions at different scales and rates. Still, what survives in later symbolic and artistic records strongly suggests minds already comfortable with pattern, sequence, and representational layering. Language would have been an extraordinary amplifier of all these tendencies. It would allow emotional states to circulate, social norms to harden, myths to form, knowledge to accumulate, and personal continuity to become more deliberate. The self would not merely be felt and inferred, it would increasingly be spoken into shape. This changes teaching as well. A skilled gesture can demonstrate a strike or a scrape, but verbal instruction can specify subtler distinctions, conditional rules, and invisible intentions. Do this if the stone fractures that way. Avoid this place when the season turns. Watch that person when food is short. Move before dawn if the wind shifts. Such language extends foresight beyond what immediate imitation can easily provide. It also enables explanation of motives and internal states. Someone can be told not only what to do, but why another person reacted badly, why a death matters, why a mark is worn, why a place must be approached differently. The child growing into such a world inherits not just habits, but interpretations. Interpretation is where self-awareness becomes especially human. Once a person can explain their own action, or hear explanations offered about them, the gap between action and meaning widens. I did this because I failed, because they think I meant, they say I am. Such formulations need not be elegant to be powerful. They allow the self to become an object of analysis. They also allow misunderstanding to proliferate. Language enriches the mind, but it does not make it transparent. On the contrary, the more one can say about oneself, the more room there is for contradiction, concealment, aspiration, and doubt. The narrated self may diverge from the lived self, and that tension becomes one of the defining conditions of human life. There is also an emotional revolution in being able to share inwardness directly. Pain can be communicated before it becomes visible. Fear can be confessed before it erupts into flight. Longing can be expressed. Anger can be negotiated, postponed, redirected, or inflamed. Sympathy becomes more precise when suffering is described rather than merely observed. The group can respond not only to behavior, but to articulated experience. This likely intensifies attachment and social regulation at once. A more verbally transparent world can be more compassionate, but also more judgmental. Inner life is no longer sealed. It becomes audible. This may be why language is so closely tied to morality in later human history. Rules, obligations, excuses, vows, and blame all depend on the capacity to formulate intention and responsibility in words. The roots of morality likely precede language in empathy, cooperation, and reciprocal expectation, but language sharpens them into something more demanding. Once you can say what you ought to do, failing to do it becomes easier to remember and harder to dismiss. The self becomes answerable. Not just behaviorally, but narratively. One can be called to account. By now, the human mind has crossed a remarkable threshold. It remembers itself, anticipates itself, displays itself, grieves its own fragility, marks the world with symbols, and seeks altered spaces in which consciousness deepens. Language gathers all these threads and binds them tighter. It allows humans to exchange not only food, tools, and warning, but inward worlds. It lets one mind enter another with far greater precision than before. And in that exchange, each mind becomes more elaborate, because it must now live not only with experience itself, but with the words that preserve, frame, accuse, console, and reinterpret experience afterward. So when the human creature begins to speak richly enough, self-awareness does not suddenly appear from nowhere. Instead, it becomes harder to evade. The self can now be called into the open. It can be named, described, defended, confessed, praised, condemned, remembered, and promised into the future. The invisible observer behind human action acquires a voice, and once it does, the long interior history of our species becomes far more explicit. Humans do not merely have minds anymore. They increasingly live inside stories those minds can tell about themselves. The human self is not born all at once inside a finished mind. It is taught into being, corrected into being, watched into being, and loved into being over a span of years that is unusually long by the standards of the animal world. This may be one of the most decisive facts in the entire history of self-awareness. Humans do not simply inherit a powerful brain and then unfold automatically. They inherit helplessness, prolonged dependence, and a childhood so extended that much of what becomes a person must be built socially before it can ever feel private. If earlier developments give the species memory, symbol, grief, and language, childhood is where those capacities are woven into a particular self. This long childhood is an evolutionary gamble. Human offspring are extraordinarily demanding. They require food, protection, carrying, teaching, emotional regulation, and social integration over many years. They cannot survive by instinct alone, and for a long time they cannot even interpret the human world without constant assistance. That vulnerability seems, at first glance, like a weakness. In one sense it is. It exposes children and burdens groups. Yet it also opens an immense window for learning. A human child has time not only to grow a body and brain, but to absorb an entire social universe of meanings. Self-awareness in this species may therefore depend as much on development as on anatomy. The brain becomes what it is through relationship. This is important because it means selfhood is cumulative from the very beginning. A child does not first exist as a sealed, private consciousness that later happens to encounter others. From the start, the child's experience is regulated by other minds. Distress is soothed or ignored, attention is mirrored or neglected, actions are encouraged, laughed at, forbidden, praised, or corrected. Words attached to sensations, people, objects, and moods. Gestures are imitated and then expected in return. Through these repeated exchanges, the young human gradually learns something profound. Experience belongs to someone, and that someone can be recognized by others. Before reflective thought matures, the child is already being introduced to personhood. Modern developmental research strongly suggests that infants and children acquire selfhood through stages that are social at every level. Recognition in a mirror comes relatively late compared to the earlier development of attachment, expectation, imitation, shared attention, and sensitivity to emotional response. That should caution against any simple story in which self-awareness begins when one sees one's own face. The deeper process begins earlier. A child learns the boundaries of the self when another person responds differently to its cry than to the rustle of leaves. It learns agency when a gesture changes another's behavior. It learns continuity when caregivers return, or fail to return, in recognizable patterns. It learns emotional meaning when its internal states are named, soothed, or feared by others. In prehistoric life, these dynamics would have been no less important, even if the cultural forms varied greatly. What survives in the archaeological record cannot show the full texture of childhood directly. Children leave fewer durable traces, and their emotional development leaves none at all. Yet prehistory offers strong indirect clues. Long maturation is written into human biology. The energy invested in offspring, the probable need for cooperative care, the transmission of complex skills, and the dependence of young individuals on group stability all point in the same direction. Human communities must have spent enormous effort making new humans not just alive, but socially competent. That labor of shaping children may have been one of the primary engines by which self-awareness became increasingly dense and consistent across generations. Teaching plays a central role here. A child must learn where danger lies, how tools are used, which foods are safe, how to move through the landscape, how to respond to elders, how to read emotion, how to join cooperative labor, how to mourn, how to display affiliation, how to interpret signs, and perhaps how to enter special spaces. Each lesson is also a lesson in selfhood. The child learns not only how the world works, but what kind of being it is expected to become within that world. You're old enough for this. You're too reckless for that. You belong here. You must not touch that object. You will carry this. You will stay back. The self is assembled from such distinctions. There is a crucial psychological effect in this process. Repeated instruction teaches the child to observe itself from the standpoint of the group. At first, correction comes from outside. Do not go there. Hold it like this. Wait. Share. Watch. Listen. Later, some of that correction moves inward. The child begins to anticipate approval or disapproval before acting. That anticipatory layer is one of the great building blocks of self-awareness. The mind no longer needs constant external intervention to regulate behavior. It has begun to carry an internal version of the community with it. This is not merely obedience. It is the formation of an inner observer shaped by culture. Imitation is another major force. Human children are unusually prone to copying, not only in practical tasks but in seemingly unnecessary details of how tasks are performed. Modern researchers sometimes note that children often imitate more faithfully than strict efficiency would require. This may look irrational, but it is extraordinarily useful in a species where the visible action often carries hidden social or symbolic meaning. In a prehistoric context, copying posture, sequence, timing, ornament, gesture, speech forms, and ritual actions would help children enter a shared world whose rules were only partly transparent. The self emerges here as a participant in patterned behavior before it becomes a reflective commentator on that behavior. This may explain why self-awareness is never purely individual, even when it feels deeply private. A human child learns to become someone through shared forms inherited from earlier generations. The body is shaped by custom, the memory by story, the emotions by response, the skills by demonstration, the fears by warning, the hopes by examples of valued adulthood. Children do not invent the categories through which they understand themselves. They inherit them. Yet inheritance is never complete passivity. Each child also reveals differences in temperament, attention, courage, restraint, sociability, or sensitivity. These differences are noticed, named, worked with, and sometimes amplified by the group. Personality, in that sense, grows where biological variation meets social interpretation. There is a lesser known but important point here about play. Play often seems trivial beside hunting, tool-making, or ritual, but it may be one of the primary laboratories in which self-awareness matures. Through play, children rehearse roles, test boundaries, reverse positions, imitate adults, and explore fear at manageable scale. They learn what they can control, what others expect, how rules hold, and what happens when rules are broken. Pretend action is especially significant. A child who can act as though a stick is a spear, a stone is food, a shadow is a threat, or another child is a prey animal is already moving through a representational world. That capacity supports not only symbolic thinking, but the ability to occupy perspectives other than the immediate self. The self grows by being temporarily loosened. Long childhood also intensifies memory across generations. Older individuals do not merely pass down tools or routes, they pass down interpretations. A child learns not just where a dangerous ravine lies, but why it is feared, not just that certain marks are worn, but when and by whom, not just that a death occurred, but how it is remembered. These layered transmissions create a mind full of inherited absences and expectations. The child becomes self-aware in a world already thick with the memories of others. This gives human identity unusual depth. One's inner life is never built from personal experience alone. It is crowded from the beginning by stories, warnings, rules, and examples that predate the individual. This crowding has emotional consequences. A child discovers very early that to be a self is to occupy a place within a web of affection and judgment. To be cherished is to become more solid inwardly. To be neglected, feared, or persistently shamed may distort selfhood in equally lasting ways. Prehistoric communities likely varied enormously in child-rearing styles, emotional climates, and degrees of security, just as later societies do. The evidence remains incomplete, and sweeping generalization should be avoided. Still, the structural fact remains a creature whose self is built over many years through dependence on others is also a creature whose inward life is deeply vulnerable to social experience. Human consciousness is powerful, but it is not armored at birth. The teaching of death may have been especially formative. Children do not come into the world knowing what mortality means in the full human sense. They encounter disappearance gradually, through absence, through changed adult behavior, through exposure to corpses, perhaps through ritual, perhaps through warning. How a community frames death for the young may shape not only fear, but the child's sense of what a person is. Is the dead one gone entirely, still present in some form, to be remembered in specific ways, to be feared, to be honoured, to be spoken of cautiously? Such framings, however simple or complex, would feed directly into the developing self. To grow up human is to grow into someone who knows life can end, and that the group has meanings for that ending. Language amplifies all of this. Once speech can address children richly, the shaping of self becomes more precise. A child can be told not just what to do, but what kind of person that action reveals: brave, selfish, careless, helpful, ready, still too young, now old enough. These judgments can settle deeply. They create continuity between isolated acts and identity. One moment of failure can become part of the story of who the child is believed to be, unless later action changes it. That possibility is both gift and burden. The child learns that the self can improve, but also that it can acquire a reputation difficult to escape. Here again the internal observer grows stronger. The mind begins to watch itself through remembered words. No single explanation fully accounts for why human childhood became so extended in evolutionary terms. Though brain development, cooperative breeding, skill complexity, and social learning all likely contribute. Whatever the cause, the consequence is clear. Humans become a species in which culture reaches deep into development. Self-awareness is not merely the byproduct of a large brain discovering itself in adulthood. It is cultivated slowly through years of dependence during which the child must learn how to be looked at, how to speak, how to carry symbols, how to remember, how to grieve, how to restrain, how to perform, and how to belong. There is an irony in this. The modern imagination often associates self-awareness with autonomy, with standing apart, with inner independence. Yet the origins of self-awareness may lie just as much in prolonged dependence. A being that must rely on others for years becomes exquisitely tuned to minds other than its own. It learns from the start that inner states can be answered by external people. Comfort arrives from outside. Rules arrive from outside. Meaning arrives from outside. Only gradually does some of that structure move inward and become what later feels like a private self. The interior is built from repeated encounters with the exterior. This makes adulthood itself a kind of achievement rather than a default. To become an adult in a prehistoric world likely meant more than bodily maturity. It meant becoming competent enough to carry knowledge, perform roles, regulate emotion, sustain others, and eventually shape the young in turn. In that sense, self-awareness is cyclical. The child is formed by caregivers, then becomes part of the environment that forms new selves. Human consciousness reproduces itself culturally as much as biologically. Each generation does not start from the beginning. It is born into a world where inwardness already has forms waiting for it. That cumulative structure may help explain why human self-awareness grows so much more layered over time. As tools, symbols, rituals, stories, and social roles become more elaborate, children must master more. Their developmental path becomes denser with inherited meaning. A child of a symbol-rich, language-rich group does not simply become more informed than a child of a simpler one. They become a somewhat different kind of self, one carrying more categories, more remembered obligations. more imagined futures, more ways of being judged, and more ways of understanding their own mind. History enters consciousness through childhood, and so the self that eventually reflects in solitude, fears death, makes art, or speaks in the first person, is the outcome of countless earlier interactions in which others have already told it, silently or aloud, that it exists. A hand is guided around a tool, a warning is repeated, a body is painted for the first time, a story about the dead is told beside a fire, a child is watched to see whether they understand. Correction follows, praise follows, shame follows, belonging follows. Through this long apprenticeship, the human being becomes a creature not only capable of consciousness, but instructed in how to inhabit it. That may be why the origins of self-awareness can never be found in fossils alone. They live partly in the long years between birth and competence, in the fragile interval during which a human child learns that experience has a center, that the center persists, that others can see it, shape it, wound it, and affirm it, and that one day it must guide itself. The self is not discovered at the end of that process. It is made there, slowly, in company. At some stage, the human mind does more than remember, speak, mourn, decorate, and enter charged places. It begins to make images that are difficult to explain unless one accepts that experience has become inwardly rich enough to be reflected upon. Art is not proof of consciousness in the absolute sense, because consciousness long predates paintings, carvings, and figurines. But art may be among the clearest surviving signs that humans are no longer merely passing through perception. They are lingering over it. They are selecting from it. They are representing it to themselves and to others. That act of representation is crucial. It suggests a mind aware that experience can be turned into an object and contemplated from a distance. The great painted caves, carved pieces of ivory and bone, portable figurines, engraved plaquettes, decorated tools, and hand stencils of later prehistory do not all mean the same thing, nor do they emerge everywhere at once. Scholars still debate their function fiercely. Some images may relate to hunting knowledge, some to memory, some to ritual, some to social identity, some to teaching, some perhaps to aesthetics in a sense difficult to translate into purely practical terms. No single explanation fully accounts for this astonishing range. That uncertainty matters. It reminds us that art is not a single invention with one purpose. It is a family of behaviors through which the human mind begins to externalize not just information, but perception itself. That is what makes art so revealing for the history of self-awareness. A practical sign can guide behavior. An ornament can mark belonging. But an image often does something more unsettling. It recreates the world selectively according to attention. It says, in effect, this is what mattered enough to render, and this is how it looked or felt or should be remembered. The artist may not speak in modern terms about subjectivity, but the act implies it. Someone has stood before an animal, a hand, a body, a shape, or an imagined hybrid and decided not merely to use it, but to see it again through making. That is a reflective stance. The mind is no longer only in contact with reality, it is examining its own encounter with reality. Animal images are especially revealing. In many Upper Paleolithic caves and portable works, animals dominate the visual record: horses, bison, aurochs, deer, mammoths, lions, rhinoceroses, ibex, and others. Their forms are often rendered with extraordinary acuity. Movement is suggested with confidence. Characteristic posture is captured in a few lines. This is not random decoration. It reveals attention trained over long observation. Yet the importance lies not only in technical skill, it lies in selection. Not every creature is shown equally. Not every useful species is central. Some dangerous animals appear. Some less economically obvious animals appear. The evidence remains incomplete about why, but the pattern suggests that what matters to the human mind is no longer exhausted by direct subsistence value. Perception itself has become charged enough to deserve preservation. This may be the point at which consciousness begins leaving behind clear evidence that it knows it has experiences. To paint an animal is to say that the encounter with the animal is worth repeating in absence. The same applies to carving, engraving, and modelling. A mind that does this is not merely responding to the living world as it comes, it is holding parts of the world inwardly, and then projecting them outward again in altered form. This is one of the clearest material signs of reflective awareness. The image exists because perception has become memorable, portable, and transformable. Hand stencils, perhaps even more than animal paintings, narrow the focus onto the self directly. A hand pressed to a wall and outlined or sprayed around is at once an index of a real body and an abstraction of it. It does not depict the whole person, yet it unmistakably asserts presence. Someone was here. Someone reached out. Someone left a shape that is both themselves and not themselves. Scholars debate whether these marks indicate identity, participation, initiation, counting, group membership, or something else entirely. But whatever their immediate function, they reveal a striking relationship between body and sign. The self can be reduced to trace and still remain meaningful. A human being has learned that presence can survive as image. That lesson may have deepened self-awareness in subtle ways. To see one's own hand as an outline on stone is to confront the body as object without fully losing its intimacy. It is mine. Yet it is also a thing there, visible to others, fixed outside me. This externalization of self is central to reflective consciousness. Modern people encounter it constantly in mirrors, portraits, recordings, and photographs. Prehistoric humans did not. When they made hand images or bodily representations, they were creating rare opportunities to encounter their own form as something preserved beyond the fleeting present. That may have intensified the sense that the self can be both lived from within and viewed from without. Then there are the images that do not map neatly onto ordinary observation. Composite beings, exaggerated features, simplified figures, and abstract signs suggest that art is not confined to copying what the eye sees in daylight. It begins to depict what the mind can combine, emphasize, distort, or perhaps imagine entirely. This is crucial. Once art moves beyond direct transcription, it reveals a consciousness capable of manipulating mental representations for its own purposes. The inner world has become productive. It can generate forms nature does not simply present whole. That is one of the hallmarks of advanced self-awareness. The mind not only receives reality, but revises it according to symbolic or emotional logic. Portable figurines, especially those associated with the Upper Paleolithic, are a good example of the danger and richness of interpretation. Some female-bodied figurines have often been called fertility figures, goddesses, or erotic objects, but such labels can outrun the evidence. Scholars still debate their meanings, and meanings may well have varied across time and region. Yet regardless of interpretation, their existence is revealing. The human body is now being abstracted, stylized, and reworked into a durable object for repeated handling and viewing. That implies a new level of reflective interest in form, identity, and perhaps the significance of bodily characteristics. The self is no longer only worn or displayed in life. It can be rendered and contemplated as image. There is a lesser known but important point about the making process itself. Art requires pauses in utility. Pigment must be gathered, surfaces chosen, lines repeated, forms revised, objects carried or preserved. Even rapid marks represent time spent on something not immediately reducible to food, shelter, or weaponry. That investment suggests that reflection has acquired value in its own right, whether social, ritual, emotional, or cognitive. Humans are no longer only solving practical problems, they're creating occasions for perception to become durable. Art may therefore be one of the clearest signs that the mind has become interested in its own contents. This does not mean prehistoric artists think of themselves as artists in the modern sense, nor that art exists as a separate domain detached from life. In many early societies, and likely in prehistory as well, image making is entangled with survival, ritual, memory, and social structure rather than isolated as pure aesthetic pursuit. But that entanglement actually strengthens the case for art as evidence of self-awareness, because art matters enough to be woven into serious human activity. It reveals not leisure alone but cognitive necessity. People need images for reasons powerful enough to justify labor. They need forms that can hold emotion, transmit experience, organize space, and perhaps mediate between the seen and the unseen. Children likely encounter art as part of learning how to perceive culturally. A painted animal is not just an animal, it is an animal singled out by collective attention. A sign repeated on walls or objects teaches the young what is worth noticing, remembering, fearing, respecting, or identifying with. In this way, art does more than express a pre-existing inner life. It helps structure future inner lives. A child raised among marks, images, and stylized bodies learns that reality has representable aspects, and that some of those representations matter deeply. Self-awareness becomes more layered when one grows up in a world already thick with preserved perception. Art also changes time. An image outlasts the moment of its making. The painter is absent, yet the bison remains. The hand is gone, yet the outline stays. This preservation of attention across absence may be one of the most haunting things art accomplishes. It allows one person's consciousness to endure as a trace perceptible by another person much later. That is no small development. Human beings are learning to project inward states into the future materially. The self no longer dies entirely at the edge of present action. It leaves behind shaped perception. In that sense, art is a kind of memory machine built before writing. No single explanation fully accounts for why certain regions or periods produce bursts of artistic evidence, while others leave far less. Demography matters, preservation matters, social networks matter, symbolic traditions may rise and fall. Some art may have existed on skin, wood, fibre, or open rock and vanished completely. The record is skewed beyond repair in many places. Yet even with those cautions, what survives shows a broad truth. Human minds eventually become incapable of leaving the world entirely undescribed. They mark it, paint it, carve it, and in doing so reveal that perception itself has become meaningful enough to materialize. This has consequences for the self beyond expression alone. Art creates distance from immediate experience, and distance enables reflection. One can look at an image of an animal rather than only flee or hunt the living animal. One can contemplate a hand rather than merely use it. One can encounter a body transformed into symbol. That distance is fertile ground for thought. It allows comparison between reality and representation, between what is seen and what is meant, between what the image captures and what it leaves out. Such comparisons are deeply linked to self-awareness because they train the mind to recognize mediation. Experience is no longer transparent. It comes through forms. There may also be an emotional safety in this. Dangerous things can be revisited symbolically. The dead can be recalled. The absent can be made present in controlled form. Fear can be framed by image. Desire can be framed. Reverence can be framed. The mind that is overwhelmed by direct experience may find in art a manageable version of that experience. This does not solve the problem of consciousness, but it may help explain why art emerges so persistently wherever humans become symbolically elaborate. A self-aware species needs ways to handle what it cannot simply act upon. The artist, if that word may be used, therefore occupies a significant place in this story. Not because one special person invents selfhood for everyone else, but because image-making makes certain features of consciousness visible to the group. Attention becomes public. Imagination becomes public. Stylization becomes public. The human community can now gather not only around tools or stories, but around preserved ways of seeing. That collective exposure to representation may deepen self-awareness further, because it reveals that different minds can choose, emphasize, and frame reality. The self is not the only center of perception. Others also have inner worlds, and art proves it materially. This may be one reason prehistoric art still feels so immediate. A hand stencil or carved figure collapses time because it carries something unmistakably mental across immense distances of years. Not doctrine, not argument, but a trace of attention. Someone saw, chose, and made. Someone wanted this preserved. In that desire lies a mind aware enough of its own encounter with the world to refuse to let the encounter vanish altogether. That is deeply human. By now the long arc is becoming clearer. Humans remember themselves, are seen by others, learn through childhood, face mortality, mark the body, speak, and enter special spaces. Art gathers all these currents into visible form. It proves that the human inner life is no longer only practical or social. It has become contemplative in the broadest sense. The world is not just inhabited, it is beheld, transformed, and returned as image. And once that happens, consciousness leaves behind one of its strongest kinds of evidence. It does not tell us exactly what prehistoric people believed about themselves, because images are not transparent and their meanings are often lost. But it does tell us that minds had become deep enough to require surfaces on which to see themselves thinking. That may be the most important thing art reveals. Not merely beauty, not merely ritual, but the unmistakable sign that human beings have begun to notice not just the world, but the fact that the world appears to them. By the time humans are painting walls, burying some of their dead with apparent care, wearing ornaments, teaching children through long dependency, and speaking in ways rich enough to carry memory beyond the moment, it becomes tempting to imagine that self-awareness must have arrived in a single great ignition. There is a certain dramatic appeal in that vision. One day, or one age, the mind crosses a hidden threshold, and the creature who once only lived begins at last to know that it lives. It is a compelling story because it feels clean, but prehistory rarely offers clean stories. The evidence scattered across species, landscapes, and immense spans of time suggests something harder to summarize and more interesting to consider. Human self-awareness may not have arrived as a sudden flame. It may have gathered like pressure underground, invisible for long stretches, then breaking the surface in bursts that make later observers mistake eruption for origin. This is one of the central debates in the study of human cognition. Did reflective consciousness emerge gradually through the long accumulation of memory, social complexity, language, symbolism, teaching, and material culture? Or did it cross some more abrupt threshold, a point at which earlier capacities suddenly integrated into something qualitatively different? Scholars still debate the balance between these possibilities because the record can be read in more than one way. There are long stretches of apparent continuity, where change seems slow and uneven. There are also moments in which the archaeological record appears to brighten dramatically, with richer symbolic expression, more rapid innovation, more varied tools, more obvious art, wider exchange networks, and stronger evidence of cumulative culture. The question is whether those bright moments mark the birth of modern consciousness, or merely the visible crest of processes long underway. The gradualist view has much to recommend it. Evolution tends to work by modification rather than miracle. Large brains, long childhoods, sophisticated social lives, and increasingly flexible tool use do not appear all at once. Neither do they remain mentally inert while waiting for a final switch to be thrown. It would be strange if creatures capable of planning complex hunts, remembering individuals across time, caring for injured companions, controlling fire, and perhaps speaking in increasingly subtle ways remained somehow unconscious in any meaningful sense, until a late symbolic threshold was reached. What survives in the record suggests instead that many components of human self-awareness deepen slowly and interact over immense periods. The self may therefore be less like an invention than an accretion. There is strength in this argument because it fits the mosaic nature of evolution. Different capacities likely advanced at different rates. One lineage may have had excellent spatial memory and social intelligence without leaving clear symbolic artifacts. Another may have developed bodily ornament or pigment use before widespread representational art. One population may have lived with language rich enough to transform inner life while preserving little of that fact materially. Another may have left striking visual traces in a cave, yet no evidence that survives of how its children were taught, or how its dead were mourned beyond certain places. The human mind, on this reading, does not become self-aware in a single instant. It becomes more densely self-aware through overlapping systems that reinforce one another, and yet the threshold view cannot be dismissed so easily. There are real discontinuities in the record, or at least apparent ones. At certain times, especially in parts of the later Middle Stone Age and Upper Paleolithic, symbolic behavior seems to accelerate or at least becomes much harder to deny. Personal ornaments become more common. Engraved patterns proliferate. Figurative art appears in astonishing richness. Long-distance exchange becomes clearer. Tool traditions diversify quickly. Some researchers have argued that such changes reflect a cognitive reorganization rather than mere demographic luck or preservation bias. Perhaps language reaches a new complexity. Perhaps recursive thought becomes more stable. Perhaps the mind, already prepared by many earlier developments, finally crosses a threshold where it can model itself and others with far greater explicitness than before. This possibility is not necessarily mystical. Thresholds happen in nature without magic. A gradual accumulation can yield a sharp transition once enough parts interact. Water warming slowly does not begin to boil in proportion to each additional degree. It remains water until it changes state. A population may accumulate memory depth, social intricacy, teaching fidelity, and symbolic experimentation for tens of thousands of years before some combination of density, language, ecological pressure, and cultural transmission pushes cognition into a visibly new regime, If so, the leap is real, but it is built on countless prior steps. Scholars still debate whether the apparent acceleration of symbolic and technological complexity requires such a threshold or can be explained by other factors. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for every region or time period. Demography complicates the picture further. Some researchers argue that what looks like a sudden cognitive revolution may actually be the effect of population size and connectivity. Larger, more interconnected groups can preserve and refine innovations more effectively than small, isolated ones. In this view, humans may have possessed much of the necessary cognitive machinery earlier, but only under certain demographic conditions does culture become cumulative enough to leave the dramatic archaeological signal later generations notice. A rare symbolic practice in a sparse network may vanish with its carriers. The same practice in a denser network can spread, stabilize, and elaborate into a tradition. This does not make consciousness an illusion. It suggests that the visibility of consciousness in the record may depend partly on social scale. Climate also has a role. Repeated environmental instability during the Pleistocene forces human populations into movement, fragmentation, contact, adaptation, and sometimes near disappearance. Bottlenecks and expansions may alter not only numbers, but the transmission of knowledge. A population under stress may abandon costly symbolic practices in favor of immediate survival, leaving less visible evidence of inward richness than a more stable population would. Conversely, environmental challenge may sharpen planning, cooperation, and imagination in ways that deepen self-awareness without always producing durable art or ornament. The archaeological record, then, is not a simple mirror of mental life. It is filtered through survival, mobility, preservation, and chance. That is why scholars remain wary of declaring any one cultural burst the final proof that humans became truly human only then. The debate becomes even more interesting when extinct relatives enter the picture. Neanderthals, for example, have long been caught unfairly in the middle of arguments shaped by modern human vanity. Older scholarship often treated them as cognitively inferior in nearly every respect, a judgment that now looks increasingly unsustainable. What survives in the record suggests a far more complex picture. Neanderthals controlled fire, made sophisticated tools, hunted large game skillfully, cared for injured individuals, may have used pigments, may have worn ornaments in some contexts, and likely possessed language of some sort, though its exact nature remains disputed. Some interpretations remain controversial, and caution is necessary. But the broad image is not of mindless heaviness. It is of a human relative whose inward life was almost certainly richer than earlier stereotypes allowed. This raises an unsettling possibility for anyone hoping to isolate one decisive moment when self-awareness arrived only in our own species. What if the road to reflective consciousness was shared more widely across the human family than later success would suggest? What if modern humans did not invent self-awareness from nothing, but inherited and intensified capacities already developing in several lineages? The evidence cannot settle this fully, yet it presses against simple superiority narratives. If Neanderthals buried some of their dead intentionally, marked bodies or objects with pigments, created ornaments, and lived in emotionally dense social groups, then some elements of self-awareness cannot belong exclusively to Homo sapiens. The difference may be one of degree, integration, or cultural amplification rather than absolute presence versus absence. Other archaic humans deepen the uncertainty. The Denisovans remain frustratingly shadowy because the material record tied to them is so limited. Yet genetic evidence shows they were real, widespread, and interbred with modern humans. Homo heidelbergensis, Homo naledi, Homo erectus, and others complicate the lineage further. Some leave evidence of fire use, coordinated behavior, long-distance movement, or care. None yield a complete picture of inner life, but together they suggest that the human story is not a ladder with one bright rung. It is a branching, overlapping experiment in increasingly complex minds. Self-awareness, on this broader view, is not a prize handed to one final species in a dramatic ceremony. It is an unstable achievement emerging within a wider and stranger family history. There is a lesser-known philosophical problem here as well. Much of the debate depends on what exactly is meant by self-awareness. If it means any capacity to distinguish one's body from the environment, monitor one's own action, or recognize continuity through time, then the roots extend deep into animal life and predate humans by a long margin. If it means socially mediated self-consciousness, with shame, role awareness, and the ability to imagine how others see you, then many ancient humans likely qualify. If it means full narrative identity, explicit reflection on mortality, symbolic externalization of inward states, and language capable of sustained introspection, then the threshold may come later and unevenly. Different scholars often argue past one another because they are defending different definitions under the same word. This is why the debate remains unresolved and probably always will, at least in the clean form people often crave. Minds do not fossilize, and the categories modern humans use to describe consciousness were shaped by literate, reflective societies far removed from Paleolithic worlds. The very act of asking when humans first became self-aware may be slightly misleading if it suggests a single switch from darkness into light. More likely, there were many self-awarenesses layered over time bodily. Social, emotional, symbolic, narrative, moral. These do not all need to appear together. A being may possess some while lacking others, or possess them in more fragile form. The story then becomes not one moment of awakening, but a long deepening of inward complexity. Still, there may have been turning points. It would be just as mistaken to dissolve everything into endless gradualism and pretend nothing decisive ever happened. Certain combinations matter. Once language becomes rich enough to preserve inner states, once symbols become shareable enough to stabilize identity, once children inherit dense cultural worlds, once mortality is framed rather than merely endured, and once art makes perception itself visible. The human mind is operating in a noticeably different register. Whether this amounts to a leap or a cumulative threshold depends partly on temperament and partly on evidence. But either way, the consequences are profound. A creature that crosses this region of development does not simply get better at surviving. It becomes harder for that creature ever to escape itself. The persistence of uncertainty has one further value. It keeps the question honest. Human beings are drawn to stories in which they suddenly become special, because those stories flatter the present, but prehistory resists flattery. It shows slow preparation, partial achievements, lost branches, cognitive talents carried by the extinct, and long stretches in which minds may have been richer than their surviving tools and pigments can prove. Scholars still debate how much changed, how fast, and where. The evidence remains incomplete because so much has vanished. That incompleteness is not a failure of inquiry, it is part of the truth. The emergence of self-awareness happened mostly in bodies, relationships, sounds, fears, and fleeting acts that stone preserves badly or not at all. Perhaps the most sensible conclusion is that both camps are partly right. The foundations of self-awareness almost certainly deepen gradually over immense spans of time. Yet there may also have been moments when enough of those foundations lock together to produce outward consequences that feel revolutionary. A long preparation can end in a threshold. A threshold can still be built slowly. Human inwardness may therefore be both ancient and suddenly visible, both evolutionary and explosive. The contradiction is more apparent than real, and in a way, that ambiguity suits the subject. Self-awareness itself is not a clean thing. It is layered, unstable, sometimes dim, sometimes painfully sharp. It can exist in half-formed states, intensify under pressure, and reveal itself only indirectly through art, grief, shame, language, and care. Why should its origins look any cleaner than its lived experience? The human mind may have become itself the way landscapes often do through long accumulation, punctuated by abrupt change, with older layers still buried beneath the newer ones. So the debate continues for good reason. Some will point to gradual evolution, shared capacities with other animals and archaic humans, and the deep roots of memory and social life. Others will point to symbolic bursts, narrative complexity, and the archaeological brightness of later periods. Both are trying to map the same difficult territory, the moment, or the process, by which a living creature ceased merely to pass through experience and began to feel experience as belonging to a self that could be remembered, judged, pictured, and feared as mortal. That territory remains only partly charted, but even in uncertainty, one fact becomes hard to deny. By the time the record grows bright enough for us to see clearly, humans are already carrying minds far heavier and more luminous than anything evolution had produced before. Once self-awareness has deepened enough to become memory, symbol, language, grief, role, and image, it stops being only a cognitive advantage. It becomes a burden carried everywhere. The same mind that can anticipate tomorrow can dread it. The same mind that can remember the dead can be unable to release them. The same capacity to imagine how others see us can generate cooperation, but also humiliation, envy, resentment, and guilt. Human beings do not simply gain self-awareness and then rise smoothly into wisdom. They inherit a mind that can turn against itself with as much force as it turns outward toward invention. This is where the story changes register. Consciousness no longer looks only like emergence. It begins to look like cost. The cost is built into anticipation. To know oneself as a being stretched through time is to live partly in futures that have not yet happened. That allows planning, delayed gratification, and astonishing acts of preparation. It also allows anxiety. Anxiety, in its deepest human form, is not mere alarm. It is the ability to suffer in advance through imagination. A creature that can model possible outcomes vividly may begin to experience threat before any threat appears. In moderation, this is useful. It sharpens caution and discipline. But what survives in the broader human record, even beyond prehistory, suggests that the same mechanism easily grows excessive. The self-aware mind is rarely content with reacting only when danger arrives. It prefers rehearsal, and rehearsal can become torment. This burden may have started quietly. A dangerous crossing remembered from last season. A rival group not seen in days but still feared. A child left vulnerable near a cliff. A wound that healed badly and taught the body what pain might return. Early humans do not need philosophical language to experience such states. Memory plus anticipation is enough. Yet once language and social transmission grow stronger, Dread can be inherited as well as learned. Children can be warned into fear. Stories can preserve catastrophe across generations. The Zelf becomes answerable not only to what it has suffered directly, but to what the group has taught it to expect. Human consciousness grows larger by carrying imagined futures, but it also becomes easier to wound from the inside. Shame is another cost, and one with deep roots. Earlier, self-awareness was sharpened by being seen through the eyes of others. Now that same social mirror begins to exact a psychological price. A creature who can picture how it appears from outside can regulate behavior with extraordinary subtlety, but it can also become divided. One part acts, another watches, one desires, another judges. This internal doubling may be one of the most consequential developments in our species. It supports morality, restraint, diplomacy, and reputation, but it also introduces embarrassment, self-contempt, and the possibility of carrying failure far beyond the moment in which it occurred. Shame differs from fear because the danger is not only physical, it is existential in a social sense. To be seen as weak, foolish, selfish, clumsy, impure, unreliable, or disloyal threatens one's place in the group and, over time, one's own sense of worth. In small prehistoric communities, this could have practical consequences severe enough to matter for survival. Yet even where exclusion was not immediate, the emotional mechanism would still bite. Scholars still debate how fully emotions like guilt and shame took shape in different early human populations and social systems. But the raw conditions for them are unmistakable long memory, high dependence, visible reputation, and increasingly symbolic social roles. Under those conditions, self-conscious pain becomes hard to avoid. The decorated body and spoken self likely intensify that pain further. Once identity can be displayed and named, failure becomes more stable. A person does not merely act badly in a moment. They can be known for it. They can be marked by reputation. Their role in the group can contract. And because human beings increasingly internalize the responses of others, punishment need not remain external. A remembered look, a repeated story. A name spoken in contempt may do the work long after direct conflict has ended. The self-aware mind becomes a place where the group continues to live, even in solitude. There is a lesser known but crucial consequence here. Self-awareness makes concealment possible, and concealment changes everything. A creature capable of monitoring its own appearance and narration can hide motives, suppress impulses, and present an edited version of itself. This capacity is socially useful at times. It enables diplomacy, patience, strategic cooperation, and the avoidance of unnecessary conflict. But it also creates the conditions for deception, hypocrisy, and inner fracture. Once one can say one thing and feel another, or present calm while carrying rage, the self is no longer a single transparent stream. It has layers. Some are shared, some are guarded, and some may become difficult even for the person to read clearly. Consciousness thickens, but clarity does not always improve with it. This layered self may help explain the emergence of moral tension. Morality in its broadest prehistoric form likely begins far earlier in cooperation, reciprocity, and emotional responsiveness. But deeper self-awareness gives moral life sharper edges. A being that can recall promises, imagine consequences for others, understand itself as judged, and represent its own motives linguistically becomes capable of a new kind of obligation. It can know not just that an action caused harm, but that it should have acted differently. This is where guilt, as distinct from fear of punishment, may begin to take firmer hold. No single explanation fully accounts for when guilt in anything like its modern form appears, but the necessary ingredients accumulate steadily: memory, empathy, language, self-observation, and stable social expectations. From these same ingredients come conscience and self-discipline. The internal observer no longer merely tracks social reaction. It begins to measure action against standards that may remain active even when no one else is present. This is one of the great powers of self-awareness. Humans can carry rules inward. They can regulate themselves under imagined eyes or under principles so deeply learned they feel personal. This allows large-scale cooperation and moral continuity far beyond immediate supervision. But it also means the mind can become its own warden. A self-aware being can feel at fault in silence, in darkness, or years after the event itself. Memory becomes tribunal. Mortality deepens the burden further, once a self knows it will end. Every failure and every attachment are set inside a finite frame. Time becomes more precious, but also more frightening. Choices close behind the living person. Lost chances become irretrievable. Grief becomes sharper because the dead are not merely gone for now, but gone entirely, at least in bodily terms. The self-aware mind thus lives in a tension unknown in simpler forms of consciousness. It wants continuity, yet knows continuity will break. It wants control, yet understands how much remains exposed to chance. It wants recognition, yet fears exposure. It wants belonging, yet must remain distinct enough to protect its own interests. Human inwardness is powerful because it can hold contradictions. It is painful for exactly the same reason. This pain may have driven some of humanity's greatest creations. Religion, myth, ritual, moral law, and collective memory can all be read, in part, as responses to the burden of knowing. They do not emerge solely from fear or suffering, but they speak directly to conditions. Self-awareness makes unavoidable. Why do the dead vanish? How should one live under judgment? What restores order after betrayal? How can guilt be cleansed, danger controlled, or memory carried across generations? Prehistoric answers are difficult to recover, but the emotional pressures behind them are easier to infer. A creature aware of itself as finite, accountable, and socially exposed will seek structures strong enough to contain those truths. Even before formal religion, simpler symbolic and ritual practices may have served this containing function. A burial, a pigment, a repeated mark, a controlled performance in darkness, a spoken tradition about ancestors or dangerous places, all can help transform private fear into shared form. This is one of self-awareness's paradoxes. It isolates the individual by making inward life deeper, then pushes humans toward collective meaning because isolation becomes hard to bear. A species capable of private grief, dread, and shame may need communal rituals simply to remain livable to itself. What survives in the record suggests that human beings do, again and again, create ways to carry unbearable truths together. And yet self-awareness is not only burden. This same inward depth that enables anxiety and guilt also enables tenderness, patience, long planning, and moral imagination. A creature capable of imagining future pain can spare others from it. A creature capable of remembering the dead can honor them. A creature that feels shame can sometimes restrain cruelty. A creature able to imagine how it appears from another's position may develop empathy rather than mere self-consciousness. Scholars still debate how directly empathy depends on reflective self-awareness, but the two likely reinforce each other. To know one has an inward life may help one recognize inwardness in others. From that recognition can come restraint, generosity, even reverence. This may be where morality, in a fuller sense, becomes more than social convenience. Earlier cooperation may depend heavily on mutual benefit and emotional responsiveness, but a more reflective self can begin to act according to norms that outlast immediate reward. It can care for the weak not only because the weak are kin or useful later, but because they are understood as persons. It can mourn strangers, preserve stories of injustice, and feel horror at acts that threaten not just the group's stability, but the very idea of what a human being ought to be. Such moral depth is difficult to prove directly in prehistory, but traces of care, teaching, symbolic continuity, and remembered death point toward minds already moving in that direction. There is also power in the sheer fact of inward continuity. A self-aware human can sustain projects that exceed immediate need. It can preserve a fire, teach a child for years, prepare for harsh seasons, return to sacred places, maintain traditions, and pass on identity across generations. The burden of knowing is inseparable from the power of meaning. One suffers because one can imagine, but one also creates because one can imagine. The same capacity that produces dread produces art. The same mind that invents guilt invents law. The same awareness of mortality that causes anguish may drive humans to build memory into stone, ritual, and story. No single explanation fully accounts for the rise of these enormous structures, but self-awareness is clearly among their deepest sources. A revealing tension appears here between individual burden and collective strength. The more inward human life becomes, the more vulnerable each person may be to fear, shame, grief, or obsession. Yet the more symbolically and morally organized the group can become, civilization in its later forms will build entire institutions out of this tension. Prehistoric communities, in smaller ways, may already have done something similar. They transform private emotion into shared norms, private mortality into communal remembrance, private anxiety into transmitted caution, private longing into ornaments, songs, and rituals whose original words are gone. The self becomes heavier, but culture becomes stronger enough to bear some of the weight. This may be the deepest contradiction in the human story. Self-awareness is both wound and instrument. It exposes the creature to inner suffering no simpler animal can know in the same way. It also opens the possibility of ethics, memory, deliberate care, and long-range social worlds held together by more than instinct alone. To become more conscious is not merely to become smarter, it is to become more vulnerable to meanings. A falling body is not just a dead body. A promise is not just sound. A scar is not just healed flesh. A face is not just a face. Everything thickens. The world becomes saturated with implication. By now, the human mind is living under conditions evolution did not need to make comfortable in order to make effective. That is worth remembering. Natural selection rewards enough stability to survive and reproduce, not serenity. A species capable of imagining catastrophe, carrying guilt, revering the dead, teaching moral rules, and seeking transcendence may also be a species chronically exposed to inner strain. The burden is not a design flaw added after the fact. It is part of the package. Humans become capable of extraordinary worlds because they cannot stop interpreting the one they already inhabit. So the power of knowing and the pain of knowing arrive together. That may be why later human history is filled with both tenderness and cruelty, both law and transgression, both transcendence and despair. The roots of that tension reach back far earlier than cities or scripture. They are already present when a mind can anticipate shame, when a child can internalize judgment, when a group can mourn the dead deliberately, when an image can preserve attention, when language can accuse or forgive. Self-awareness does not simply lift humanity above the rest of life. It divides humanity within itself. And still, for all its burden, it transforms the species irreversibly. A creature that knows it can fail also knows it can improve. A creature that fears death can preserve memory. A creature that suffers from conscience can try to become worthy of it. Out of inward conflict comes not peace, but depth. Out of depth comes the long and often difficult possibility of becoming more than a clever animal, driven only by hunger and fear. The price is high, but by this stage in the story, it has already been paid. Humans have become beings for whom life is no longer just lived. It must also be answered for. By the time the human mind has learned to remember itself, speak itself, decorate itself, fear its own ending, imagine what others see, and preserve traces of its attention in pigment, stone, and ritual, something irreversible has happened. The creature that once moved through the world as part of nature has begun, however imperfectly, to turn toward itself as an object of concern. This does not sever humanity from the rest of life. Hunger still bites, weather still kills, predators still stalk, children still cry, and bodies still age. Yet the relation has changed. Humans no longer live only in the world. They increasingly live in interpretations of the world, and in interpretations of themselves moving through it. That is the turning point from which almost everything later unfolds. It is tempting to describe this as the birth of the human soul, the dawn of reason, or the first awakening of consciousness. Such phrases are dramatic, but they can blur more than they reveal. What seems to emerge across deep time is not a single clean faculty, but a layered condition. Humans become creatures who can hold themselves at a distance. They can remember what they were, imagine what they may become, and judge the gap between the two. They can turn private feeling into public sign and public sign back into private identity. They can live in a body and, at the same time, think about the body as though it were partly outside them. They can face a dead companion and understand that something invisible has vanished. They can carry absent people in memory so vividly that absence itself begins to shape the living present. That is more than intelligence. It is inwardness with consequences, and consequences follow everywhere. Once the self becomes durable in this way, it begins to expand beyond the individual lifespan through culture. A person dies, but stories about that person remain. A hand vanishes, but its outline stays on stone. A technique passes from elder to child. A place gathers meaning from repeated visits. A symbol outlasts the original emotion that gave rise to it. Language preserves warning, praise, blame, longing, and law. This self becomes larger than the body because human beings now have the means to deposit portions of their inward life into other minds and into matter itself. This may be one of the decisive changes in the history of life on Earth. Evolution produces many creatures able to adapt their environments. Humans become creatures able to fill the environment with memory. From that point on, landscape is never merely landscape again. A cliff is not just stone but the site of a death or a story. A cave is not just shelter but a chamber of altered perception, marked presence, and inherited meaning. A hearth is not only warmth but a place of teaching, replay, judgment, and belonging. The body is not only anatomy but role, status, beauty, pain, history, and display. Even time changes character. The future becomes a field of imagined selves. The past becomes a territory crowded with the living and the dead. The present, which was once the main condition of animal existence, becomes only one layer in a far thicker human experience. This thickness may explain why human history thereafter accelerates in strange and often destructive ways. A self-aware creature does not simply consume what it needs and rest. It seeks continuity, recognition, control, explanation, and permanence. It builds because it knows it will die. It records because memory fails. It marks territory because identity demands boundaries. It gathers descendants, allies, objects, stories, and rituals because the self is too unstable to remain whole without support. Out of that instability come the first true moral worlds, but also the first organized cruelties. A species able to imagine another's pain can protect the vulnerable. The same species, aware of shame and power, can weaponize humiliation and fear. Self-awareness enlarges responsibility, but it also enlarges ambition. No single explanation fully accounts for the trajectory from prehistoric inwardness to later civilization, yet the connection is unmistakable. Once humans become answerable to themselves, they begin remaking the world to manage that burden. This is why later human achievements cannot be understood simply as products of bigger brains or better tools. Agriculture, temples, kingship, writing, law, philosophy, religion, literature, empire, science, and even the modern study of consciousness all grow from a much older condition, the existence of beings who can no longer avoid asking what kind of beings they are. That question need not be asked in abstract words to be powerful. It is already present when a burial is made carefully, when a body is marked, when a child is taught how to belong, when a figure is painted in darkness, when a story about the dead is told again because forgetting feels like a second death. Later civilizations refine the question, argue over it, sacralize it, and institutionalize it. But the oldest version may be simpler and more haunting. What is this life inside me, and why can it be lost? Once that question exists, humanity is set on an unusual course. It becomes a species that studies itself compulsively. Some of that study takes religious form, some takes artistic form, some becomes law, some becomes moral discipline, some becomes myth, some eventually becomes neuroscience and cognitive science. The forms change, the instruments change, the confidence changes, but the underlying restlessness remains. Humans never entirely solve the mystery of self-awareness, because they must use the very thing they are investigating to perform the investigation. The observer and the observed remain entangled. This may be why the problem continues to fascinate modern minds as intensely as it would have haunted ancient ones if they had possessed our vocabulary. The deepest question is also the most intimate. We are trying to understand the condition from which all understanding proceeds. There is another legacy here, more subtle and perhaps more humbling. Once humans become self-aware in the fuller sense, they also become fragile in a new way. Not merely physically fragile, though they remain so, but symbolically fragile. A wound to identity can hurt like a wound to flesh. Exile can be more terrifying than hunger. Memory can preserve pain long after the body is healed. A word can scar. A look can alter a life. A lost child. A failed duty. A broken promise. A humiliating public act. These become existential events because the self is now something that can be damaged invisibly. All later human history is shaped by this vulnerability. Entire institutions arise to protect identity, honor, lineage, purity, truth, salvation, and legacy. Entire wars are fought because symbolic injury becomes as real as physical threat. That, too, is part of what follows when humans become capable of holding themselves in mind. And yet there is something quietly magnificent in this development. A self-aware species can recognize suffering in others as more than movement or noise. It can preserve tenderness beyond instinct. It can care for the weak even when immediate return is uncertain. It can imagine futures in which children outlive their teachers and inherit more than genes. It can create beauty for the dead, for the absent, for the not yet born. It can decide that some things matter even when they do not feed the body directly. The first person who smeared pigment with care. The first who placed a body instead of abandoning it. The first who felt shame not because a blow was coming, but because another mind had seen too much. The first who sat awake by fire replaying the day, as if the day were still somehow unfinished. All belong to the threshold from which later human depth emerges. Scholars still debate where that threshold lies, how often it was crossed, and by whom. The evidence remains incomplete because so much of the real transition happened in things archaeology rarely captures: well pauses, glances, grief, tone of voice, repeated correction, silence after a death, fear in a child who understands more this year than last year, the sensation of a painted body becoming someone slightly altered in the eyes of the group. But perhaps the broad truth matters more than perfect precision. At some stage in deep time, evolution produces a creature whom existence is no longer self-forgetting. Life begins to reflect on life. Nature begins to generate a being who can stand inside the flow of time and feel not only hunger and danger, but the strange weight of presence itself. That weight never leaves. Every later age inherits it. The first cities inherit it. The first writing inherits it. Ancient kings who raise monuments against oblivion inherit it. Philosophers who ask what the self truly is inherit it. Priests who promise continuity beyond death inherit it. Modern scientists scanning the brain for signatures of consciousness inherit it. Even the quiet individual sitting alone at night, aware of memory, regret, love, and the finite length of a human life, inherit something from those very early people who learned to turn inward without yet knowing what to call the turning. So when humans first become self-aware, the event is not merely prehistoric, it is still happening in its consequences. We are living inside the echo of that transition now. We still gather around artificial light after dark. We still teach children who they are by how we look at them, correct them, praise them, and remember them. We still decorate bodies, bury the dead, leave marks in hidden places, tell stories to hold absence in place, and wonder how much of what we call the self is discovered rather than made. The first self-aware humans are remote in time, but not remote in condition. Their struggle is the one we continue. And perhaps that is the most revealing legacy of all. Self-awareness did not end with the emergence of a reflective mind. It set in motion a species that would never stop trying to understand what that mind is for, what it owes, what it can trust, how it survives its own burdens, and whether anything in it outlasts the body that carries it. Out of that long questioning came civilization, morality, memory, beauty, violence, tenderness, and the endless human habit of looking into darkness and finding, there as much as anywhere else, the outline of oneself. The fire has burned low now. The voices that carried knowledge across the dark have quieted. The painted walls remain where hands once pressed against them. The beads are buried, the bodies are gone, the names, if there were names spoken the way we would recognize them, have vanished into air that has had thousands upon thousands of years to forget. But something of those first inward lives endures, not because we can recover every detail, but because we still live inside the same condition they entered. The strange gift of being human is not simply to think, it is to know, at least in fragments, that one is here, and that here will not last forever. It is to remember what cannot be held, to imagine what has not yet arrived, and to feel the pressure of meanings no animal track or broken bone can fully record. Somewhere in the long night of prehistory, a creature sat close to a small ring of light and began to carry more than hunger, more than fear, more than instinct. It began to carry itself. From that moment, however gradual its arrival, the world was never only a place of shelter and danger again. It became a place of memory, a place of signs, a place where the dead could remain present in grief, where the body could become a message, where a hand on stone could say I was here long after the hand itself had turned to dust. The human story has unfolded inside the widening field ever since. Cities, temples, graves, laws, songs, mirrors, machines, and screens all belong to the same long attempt to live with the knowledge of being someone. And still the knowledge remains unfinished. Even now, after all the centuries of religion and philosophy, after science has measured the brain in extraordinary detail, the inner fact of selfhood remains partly mysterious. We know more about the structures that support consciousness than any earlier people could have imagined. Yet the feeling of being alive inside a single, passing mind is no easier to exhaust with explanation. In that sense, the first self-aware humans did not solve the mystery. They entered it, so do we. Perhaps that is why the oldest traces still feel so charged. A burial, a pigment stain, a carved figure, a hand outline in darkness. These are not just archaeological finds, they are quiet recognitions across time. They remind us that long before history began recording names, humans were already struggling with presence, absence, mortality, memory, and meaning. They were already trying, in the only ways available to them, to leave evidence that the life inside had mattered. The night outside the firelight is still there. It has never fully gone away. It exists now in different forms in uncertainty, in loss, in the limits of what we can know about ourselves. But the answer humans found was never complete safety. It was attention. It was story. It was ritual, image, care, and the stubborn refusal to let experience vanish without a trace. Somewhere far back in time, that refusal became part of what we are, and ever since. We've been a species turning toward its own reflection, not always wisely, not always gently, but with a persistence unlike anything else the world has made. So the first self-aware humans do not stand at the beginning as strangers. They stand there as the earliest keepers of a burden we still carry. Their fires are out, their footsteps are gone. Yet the inward light they helped kindle has never stopped flickering. It moves through every memory, every work of art, every act of mourning, every child taught what it means to be human, and every quiet moment in which a person looks at the world, then inward, and feels the old, immense fact of being here.